Chapter 1200, The Foundation for a Comeback. The Five-Element Sect and the Immortal Sect were the two sources that had the most connections to Chen Mobai. After stepping down as the head of the Righteous Law Hall, the Immortal Sect's storyline has already been largely completed. Once he resigns as the head of the Dance Weapon Academy, the storyline will basically only involve his family and friends. According to the experience Bai Guang left him, if you want to practice the void, you still need to leave some threads on yourself, so that you can pull your true self back from the endless void at the most critical moment. Although Chen Mobai is only in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, this realm has no bottleneck for him. He only needs to wait for time to pass and take the flying immortal Dragon Gall pill to naturally reach perfection. Therefore, arranging the transfer of the line now is not considered too early. Master, there are still some places. Having received the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor's book, Jiang Zhengheng became even more eager to explore the other parts of this secret realm that had triggered the reaction of the little dragon-capturing cauldron. Chen Mobai did the same, following him one by one. They arrived at a pavilion on the shore, where a jade round table carved with dragons and phoenixes was placed in the center, with several jade stools beside it, showing the luxury of the imperial court. As the primordial true qi descended, Chen Mobai quickly sensed a hidden restriction resembling a rockery beneath the round table. As the primordial bell cleansed the area, the restriction was naturally dispelled as well. Inside was yet another jade box. Inside the box was also a jade book. Just as Chen Mobai thought the Heavenly Emperor's book had an upper and lower section, the colorful snake incarnate raised the book, and he saw different words at the beginning of the scroll. Dragon Vein Map of the Eastern Continent. Chen Mobai's face immediately showed disappointment. The Eastern Continent Dragon Vein was transformed into the largest medicinal field in the Eastern Continent by the Moral Sect when the Eastern Imperial Court was scattered. The lowest level of the fields there is the 5th grade spiritual field, and the central one is even the 6th grade. It is planted with almost all the rare flowers and herbs and ancient medicinal materials of the Eastern Continent. However, the fact that the Eastern Imperial Court left this thing here means it must be more than just a dragon vein. After Chen Mobai also absorbed the dragon's spiritual power, he quickly discovered that, although it was called the Dragon Vein Map, it actually recorded the distribution of all the spiritual vein minerals under the control of the Eastern Imperial Court on the Eastern Continent. Not only those from the East, but also those from beyond the East. Chen Mobai found the Wandering Mountain, which was already under the Five-Element Sect's control, as well as some spiritual veins in the desolate ruins that had been detected by the Imperial Court's geomancers, such as the Eastern Mausoleum Domain Spiritual Vein, which had only been developed for a few decades, and Shichuo Ridge, etc. Those who can access this place must have at least a 4th order or higher spiritual vein. For example, the label for the Eastern Wilderness is Yunmeng Great River, Huanglong Mansion. During the Eastern Imperial Court period, the Eastern Wilderness was still the territory of the true spirit Yellow Dragon. At the end of the map, Chen Mobai saw the organization that drew the Dragon Vein Map, Jiangshan Pavilion, Jidi Temple. These were 2 of the 10 Directions palaces, renowned for their array formations and geomancy. It's likely that these 2 were commissioned by the human emperor to create this map of the Eastern Continent's resources. However, both of these powerful forces have now vanished into history with the passage of time. Master, there's actually a large spirit stone mine in this area. Jiang Zhengheng and Chen Mobai looked at the distribution map together and quickly compared it with the current territory of the Five-Element Sect, pointing to the area marked in red. According to the sign, this is the Lingxi mine. Moreover, it's not far from the Eastern Wilderness. It's about 100 miles into the desolate ruins from where Chen Mobai and Yi Qing killed the demonic cultivators. That's exactly the place that Yi Yun needs to open up next. In large spirit stone mines, the central vein area is full of high-grade spirit stones, and in the core area, you can even easily dig out top-grade spirit stones. After the Five-Element Sect conquered the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, they inherited their property in Dongyi, including a large spirit stone mine on Dujiu Mountain, which was shared by the 3 families. The spirit stone mine, after being mined by 3 different companies for over 100 years, is now nearly depleted. Even so, the Five-Element Sect still managed to mine over 100 million spirit stones. Therefore, one can imagine the immense value of a complete, unexploited spirit stone mine. It would be worth at least several billion spirit stones, perhaps even tens of billions. Take this. From now on, the affairs of the Five Elements sect will be entrusted to you juniors. After scanning the dragon vein map of the eastern continent in his hand with the heavenly calculation beads, Chen Mobai handed it to Jiang Xingheng, who immediately nodded and accepted it with both hands. Then they went to other places. Most of them were jade boxes, containing text, patterns, and other inherited content. What surprised Chen Mobai the most were dozens of jade slips that recorded all kinds of cultivation techniques. These included alchemy, weapon crafting, formations, talisman making, puppet making, and so on, all of which were complete from the first to the sixth level. This made Chen Mobai sigh, realizing that in this local area, knowledge is indeed valued above all else. Clearly, the Eastern Imperial Court believes that as long as these traditions remain, even if the dynasty declines in the future, it will rise again one day. Unfortunately, they have all now belonged to the Five Elements sect. After scanning with the heavenly abacus, Chen Mobai had Jiang Xingheng put it away in a storage bag. Soon, the two arrived at the last place, where the small dragon-capturing cauldron reacted. This is inside a palace. It looks like a training room. After Chen Mobai melted down one of the floor tiles, he discovered that what he obtained this time was not knowledge, but a small cauldron. After taking it out and examining it, he discovered that it was also a small dragon-capturing cauldron. It seems that this thing is very important to the Eastern Imperial Court. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, suddenly, the cauldron in Jiang Xingheng's hand emitted a rich spiritual light, creating a strange resonance with the small dragon-capturing cauldron in his hand. Then, to his astonishment, the two cauldrons flew up on their own and crashed into each other. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and did not intervene to stop the two cauldrons from colliding. With a muffled thud, the two cauldrons burst forth with brilliant light, and a dragon-shaped phantom flew out from each cauldron, as if they were fighting beasts, constantly tearing at each other and devouring one another. To Chen Mobai's surprise, the dragon-shaped phantom that flew out of the cauldron he had reforged was actually somewhat outmatched. Clearly, this cauldron placed in the Imperial Court's secret realm, although it has not been refined for a long time, has been constantly nurtured by the spiritual veins here, making it more vital than a cauldron that has been abandoned in the eastern wilderness mountain for countless years. Moreover, this cauldron was merely a dispensable magical artifact to Jiang Xingheng. He spent most of his time refining the natal magical artifact, the Xingdao ruler, that Chen Mobai had crafted for him. Out of curiosity, Chen Mobai immediately used the Kantonki, a method of divination, to analyze both cauldrons together and quickly discovered the current situation. These small dragon-capturing cauldrons are actually fusing together. Moreover, as the fusion proceeded, a hidden power slowly seeped out from the depths of the void of this secret realm and entered the cauldron, sublimating it. In the state of simultaneous perception, Chen Mobai instantly followed the river of time and witnessed the birth of these two cauldrons. According to legend, after the Eastern Imperial Court's heirloom, the dragon-capturing cauldron, disappeared, the Eastern Imperial Court reforged 9 smaller dragon-capturing cauldrons as replicas. However, what Chen Mobai saw was quite different. These 9 small dragon-capturing cauldrons were actually split off from a single large cauldron in the past. The large cauldron had 4 legs and 2 handles, radiating a vast and boundless primordial energy that could melt the 9 heavenly tribulations. Figures whose faces and forms were indistinct sat before the cauldron, using secret techniques to unleash its power to the fullest extent. Soon, a real dragon, seemingly tangible, flew out of the cauldron and transformed into a small cauldron. 8 real dragons of different shapes and colors flew out from it, which are the 8 small dragon-capturing cauldrons. After spitting out 8 small cauldrons, the large cauldron also seemed to have exhausted its energy and began to shrink. This is the origin of the 9 small dragon-capturing cauldrons. It actually originated from a large cauldron. That large cauldron was clearly the legendary dragon-capturing cauldron, a peak 6th-tier weapon. But wasn't that stolen by the true spirit of the demon race? Chen Mobai was filled with surprise and doubt. However, he believes more in the past scenes he saw through the Kantonki than in the rumors. In other words, in the distant past, although the Eastern Imperial Court had suffered a great loss of strength and sensed the impending collapse of the dynasty, it still made arrangements for a comeback. This secret realm contains everything imaginable, from cultivation techniques recorded in the Heavenly Emperor's book to maps showing the distribution of spiritual veins and mineral resources, as well as the inheritance of various immortal cultivation arts. In addition, there is the possibility of reassembling the dragon-capturing cauldron. If this is the truth, then what was the true spirit of the demon race that attacked the Eastern Imperial Court? Chen Mobai was filled with doubt. What exactly did the Eastern Imperial Court lose in that battle that led to its complete collapse? To this day, no one has come to this secret realm to take away these legacies. Or perhaps the Dayad sect is keeping a close watch on things, and those who want to rebuild the Eastern Imperial Court can't find an opportunity to enter. After all, not everyone has a baby turtle. Even if a nascent soul cultivator from the Taixu Misty Palace could enter, the Great Void True Lord would absolutely never help the Eastern Imperial Court to be restored. Even the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace was subordinate to the Taixu Misty Palace in the Central Plains. Surely it couldn't have been orchestrated by the Eastern Imperial Court itself, could it? Chen Mobai thought of another possibility. But he quickly shook his head. At this moment, Jiang Xingheng's cauldron was being suppressed by the cauldron unearthed in this hall. Chen Mobai thought this might be the dragon-capturing cauldron's instinctive reorganization, so he did not interfere with the process. Since it wasn't his natal magic weapon, even if it was devoured, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Jiang Xingheng. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the master and disciple, the two cauldrons merged into a single cauldron, identical to the previous one but larger, after a burst of dazzling spiritual light. However, its grade is even higher. Now it's a mid-grade 4th rank. After the fusion was complete, Chen Mobai reached out and held the cauldron in his palm. Under the influence of the Cantong Qi, all the mysteries of this magical artifact had fallen into his mind. As expected, after the 9 small dragon-capturing cauldrons were merged, they formed a complete 6th-order dragon-capturing cauldron. However, it only has the shape of a cauldron, but no spirit of a cauldron. The spirit of the cauldron had already been taken by the human emperor before it was broken down into 9 smaller cauldrons. Chen Mobai could not see where the spirit of the cauldron was through the Cantonki, but for him, that was enough. Because after the 9 dragon-capturing cauldrons are merged, they will instinctively and automatically sense the spirit of the cauldrons and return to their peak. A 6th-tier peak magic weapon still held some appeal for Chen Mobai. After all, his strongest Chaos Bell was only a high-grade 6th-order weapon. If it weren't for the elemental advantage, it might not have been able to suppress the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, which was at the peak of the 6th rank. However, it was simply impossible for Chen Mobai to travel all over the world on his own to collect the 9 scattered lesser dragon-capturing cauldrons. He doesn't even have enough time to cultivate. Let the disciple do it. Disciple, this is the fusion of the 2 separate cauldrons of the dragon-capturing cauldron. After Chen Mobai recounted the events to Jiang Xingheng, he handed the cauldron to the latter amidst the latter's delighted gaze. Your future path involves cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's book, which suggests you have some affinity with this cauldron. If you have the opportunity, you can try to find the other 7. If you can reassemble them, you should be able to gain the approval of this 6th-tier magic artifact. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xingheng accepted the gifts with both hands again and expressed his gratitude. In this secret realm of the Imperial Court, he had received almost all the benefits, which made him feel fortunate that his master was Chen Mobai. If this were local custom, his disciple would already be considered favored for receiving a scroll of the 100 arts of cultivation. When the dragon-capturing cauldron was disintegrated, most of its power was dispersed into this secret realm. Therefore, if it is to be reassembled, it must be done here. Also, after the cauldron is fused together, the refining incantation has changed. Chen Mobai then reminded himself of some things he had seen through the Cantonki. Jiang Xingheng nodded, taking every word he said to heart. After sweeping away everything left behind by the Eastern Imperial Court in the secret realm, Chen Mobai returned to the Eastern Wilderness with Jiang Xingheng, completely satisfied. Next, you should focus on your cultivation and try to form your nascent soul first. After that, you can switch to cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's manual. According to my estimation, the dragon veins in the Eastern Wilderness will have given birth to spirituality by then. I also need some time to help you prepare the essence blood of the 6 dragons. Inside the main hall of Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai gave instructions to Jiang Xingheng, guiding him on his future cultivation path, while the latter remained respectful. Thank you, Master. I'll go down and find Senior Brother E now. Zhang Zhengheng's storage bag contained the most precious inherited knowledge of the Eastern Imperial Court, which was definitely meant to be left to the Five Elements sect. However, in order to avoid being discovered by the morality sect and others, it was necessary to clear his name step by step. Most importantly, we must send people to survey the large spirit stone mines in advance, just in case they have already been mined out by the Eastern Imperial Court. Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't concern himself with such a trivial matter, leaving it to Jiang Zhengheng and Yi Yun to figure out. After staying in Baiyuan City for a while, Chen Mobai was greeted by Zhang Pengkong. Through his connections and channels within the Taixu Misty Palace, Zhang Pengkong collected all the remaining minerals needed to upgrade the Myriad Virtues Cauldron to the 5th tier, and even had more than a dozen extra. Chen Mobai accepted it all, and gave him an extra 2 ounces of enlightenment tea. After finishing his business, Chen Mobai was about to head to Wandering Mountain to protect his precious disciple Zhu Ming as he entered the nascent soul stage. But Zhang Pengkong looked worried and did not take his leave, instead sipping his tea. Chapter 12, 01 Zhu Ming forms nascent soul, blessed by good fortune. Chapter 12, 01 Zhu Ming forms nascent soul, blessed by good fortune. Brother Zhang, is there something you need? Seeing Zhang Pengkong's worried expression, Chen Mobai was also curious, wondering what could have made this Taixu Dayazi look like that. Alas, I heard that this batch of Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan has also been refined, but my master did not inform me, so I guess it will not reach my hands. Zhang Pengkong didn't hide anything and started complaining as soon as Chen Mobai asked. As the Taoist master of the void, he had few friends and even fewer who could tell him this matter, since it involved the Great Void True Monarch, a nascent soul cultivator, and the Great Void Misty Palace, a sacred sect. Chen Mobai is the only suitable one. Brother Zhang, may I ask how your sect allocates its nascent soul stage resources? After hearing this, Chen Mobai became somewhat curious about the matter. Since the Five Elements sect was now a sacred land, with Qing Nu present, it would surely have abundant resources for nascent soul cultivators in the future. It would be a good opportunity to learn from them and see what the rules were like in other sacred lands. Zhang Pengkong did not hide this from him. After all, it was not something that needed to be kept secret. Our Taixu Misty Palace is divided into the main branch in the central continent and branches in the 4 continents. Generally speaking, each branch is responsible for its own affairs, but whether for resources or for the greater good, the branches must obey the main branch's orders. This is because the main branch can produce nascent soul resources. If a branch experiences a decline in nascent soul cultivation, the main branch will assess the branch. If a genius in the branch can break through, they will be bestowed with nascent soul spiritual objects. However, if they are not capable of being cultivated, the main branch will arrange for a new nascent soul true monarch to take over. For example, the current Great Lord Dang of the Taixu Misty Palace in the Western continent. However, because it involves nascent soul resources, there are quite a few shady practices in this system. In most cases, the main lineage directly sends nascent soul cultivators over. After all, even in the main lineage of Central Continent, nascent soul resources are extremely precious, and they would definitely prefer to use them for their own people rather than for us branch sects. But if the main branch wants us branch sects to obey, they still need to share some of the nascent soul resources. The unspoken rule is that the main branch and the 4 branch sects share them equally. If there is an extra portion of void elixir, it belongs to the main branch. Under this rule, we 4 branch sects both compete and cooperate, because only by cooperating can we make the main branch abide by this rule, while competing is because, if the number of void elixir pills produced is small, some branch sects will not get a chance to use them. Therefore, if the branch sects can obtain resources like the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, true spirit pill for transcendent beings, they will work extra hard. The last time, the great ancient true monarch of the Southern State branch sect was invited here for this reason. As for the branch sects, usually one of the Taoist disciples or the holy maidens inherits the position of palace master, while the other is sent to the main branch for further study. The one who stays in the branch sect will consume the local nascent soul resources first, such as our sect's palace master Biluo. The one who goes to the main branch can also obtain the void darkness pill if they can surpass the geniuses of the main branch and other branch sects. After listening to Zhang Pengkong's words, Chen Mobai sensed something unreasonable and couldn't help but ask, "In that case, wouldn't it be better to stay in the local area? Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Taking charge of a sect locally not only allows him to enjoy the resources of the entire continent, but he can even obtain local nascent soul resources. As for going to the central continent, not to mention that the competitors are all geniuses among geniuses, Chen Mobai simply cannot accept the idea of starting all over again. The difference is too great. That's true. So initially, it's those who lose in the competition who reluctantly go to the main branch in Jiangsu. In this way, the strong ones stay in their local area. But this is not a good thing for the main branch, because the branches may become stronger and stronger, and may even disobey the main branch's orders. In order to attract talent to the main branch, the Central Plains added a rule. Any Taoist disciple or saintess who comes from a branch sect will be provided with a void elixir by the main branch if they cultivate to the nascent soul stage within 300 years. With this rule in place, the spots for branch sects to go to the main branch have become a competition. Some people even went to the main branch and then used demonic methods or even forbidden pills to forcibly raise their cultivation to the nascent soul stage, all for a single void darkness pill. Afterwards, the main branch added some rules to fill the loopholes, and today, this set of rules is basically stable. Chen Mobai thought of the current generation of Taixu and Saintess of the Eastern Continent. Among them, Shan Miasu was chosen by the main lineage of the Central Continent a long time ago because she was a void spirit body. In other words, it can be basically confirmed that Zhang Pengkong stayed in the Eastern Continent to inherit the branch sect. Since the palace master of Biluo Palace had already taken one Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan last time, according to the rules, this one should be Zhang Pengkong's turn. Brother Zhang, are you worried that this Tong Sheng True Spirit pill still belongs to Palace Master Bai Luo? Chen Mobai asked. But Zhang Pengkong nodded and shook his head at the same time. That's possible. After all, the nascent soul stage is the one who calls the shots here in the branch sect. But what worries me the most is that my junior sister is coming back. Huh? Chen Mobai looked surprised upon hearing this. Didn't she go to the main branch of Jiangsu a long time ago? How could she come back to compete with you for the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill? Although Chen Mobai and Shan Miasu had met, in terms of their relationship, Chen Mobai was definitely closer to Zhang Pengkong. After Yi Qing, Chen Mobai hoped that Zhang Pengkong could reach the divine transformation stage. According to the information I've gathered, the main branch doesn't have many void elixir pills for the time being. However, since my junior sister's cultivation has already reached the nascent soul stage, and she is a void spirit body, once she transforms into a divine being, she can wield the Tao-attaining treasure, the great void measuring ruler. Therefore, we want my junior sister to transform into a divine being as quickly as possible to prepare for the possible upheavals in the world in the future. Zhang Pengkong had spent a lot of time in Jiangsu over the years, and naturally, he had learned a lot of inside information. The fact that true monarch Dakong did not directly give him the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill after he returned further confirmed these things. His words reminded Chen Mobai of the statue he had seen in the Taixu temple, which held a jade ruler in one hand. Now it seems that it probably refers to the Taixu measuring ruler, the treasure of the Taixu true king that helped him achieve enlightenment. So does that mean the turtle treasure really belonged to the true king of the void? In other words, the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan that De Kong Zhen Jun has now will be given to Shan Miaosu. Chen Mobai understood why Zhang Pengkong looked so worried. Although he was Tai Su Daozai, his chances of competing with Shan Miaosu were slim. And most importantly, he is still a bit short of reaching the nascent soul stage. That gives us a reason. Chen Mobai couldn't do anything about it. Mainly, it wasn't appropriate to interfere, as this was, after all, an internal matter of the Taixu Misty Palace. If my sect ever manages to refine a nascent soul pill in the future, and we have an extra one, I'll try to save one for Brother Zhang. However, Chen Mobai and Zhang Pengkong were friends after all, so he spoke up. Thank you, Master Chen. I was just venting. After all, I don't have many people I can confide in about this. Although Zhang Pengkong thanked him, Chen Mobai could tell that he hadn't taken his words to heart. After all, in the Eastern Continent, they only recognize the true spirit pill for Transcendental Realm. Even if the 5 Elements sect obtained the longevity sect's pill formula and refined it, Zhang Pengkong wouldn't dare to consume it without verification. Chen Mobai didn't say anything more about this. After drinking tea with Zhang Pengkong for a while, he personally escorted him to the teleportation array after the latter had calmed down. Wandering Mountain. Chen Mobai instantly teleported over using the void shift technique. After meeting with Luo Yixuan, who had stayed behind, Chen Mobai listened to the place where Zhuo Ming was in seclusion using the sound of an empty valley. Finding that everything was going very smoothly, he reassured himself and withdrew his second primordial spirit. 2 years later, several dark clouds have already appeared above Wandering Mountain. This was clearly Zhuo Ming's nascent soul tribulation, but both Chen Mobai and Luo Yixuan had strange expressions. Because the scope of the heavenly tribulation is too small, even less than the core formation heavenly tribulation of some 5-element sect cultivators, such as Luo Yixuan's. Master, Senior Sister wouldn't. Luo Yixuan said with some worry. In her opinion, this kind of heavenly tribulation seemed to indicate that she lacked sufficient foundation and had failed to break through. Don't worry, Minger has already broken through the nascent soul, and her nascent soul is incredibly strong, no less than when I was young. After listening carefully, Chen Mobai shook his head. Although Zhuo Ming's true energy was not as much as his, he condensed 72 earthly fiends with 72 strands of profound virtue true energy, which was the most solid foundational method of the longevity sect. The deeper the foundation, the more difficult it is for the elixir to break through to the nascent soul. However, Zhuo Ming mastered the primordial true qi using the 5-element spiritual fruit. The most useful aspect of this supernatural power is the nascent soul stage. With the help of Chen Mobai's guidance, Zhuo Ming patiently spent more than a year slowly dissolving the illusion and smoothly completed the 3 stages of nascent soul formation, thus cultivating a nascent soul. At the very moment the nascent soul emerged from the elixir, the heavenly tribulation above Mount Wandering finally descended symbolically. Zhuo Ming didn't even use the 5th-order Earth Spirit robe bestowed by Chen Mobai. He simply used the myriad virtues cauldron to easily dissolve and absorb the dozen or so scattered Yi-Wood divine lightning bolts. After this wave of divine lightning, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated as if they were clocking out. Looking at the clear, cloudless sky, Luo Yixuan had only one feeling: it's unfair. When she underwent the core formation heavenly tribulation, the scale of her attack was several times more terrifying than this. If it weren't for the fragment of Qing Nu's Xuan Guangzhou Dao banner, we might not have been able to survive. Why did heaven only send down one wave of heavenly lightning for Senior Sister's nascent soul tribulation? Is this still the nascent soul stage? Ha, congratulations Minger on achieving the first stage of nascent soul cultivation. May you live for 1,000 years. At this moment, Chen Mobai was overjoyed. He laughed heartily in midair and poured out all the remaining minerals that Zhang Pengkang had given him from his storage bag. He then rode the gentle breeze and flew towards the cauldron of all things and great virtue. Zhuo Ming's nascent soul was entirely earthen yellow, her face beaming with delight. She used her profound virtue and true energy to condense a small earth spirit robe with 72 colored spiritual patterns, which floated above the secluded hall. After hearing Chen Mobai's congratulations, she immediately turned around somewhat stiffly to bow. No need for formalities. First, consolidate your realm. Then, use the Yellow Emperor's virtue scripture after your breakthrough to refine the myriad virtues cauldron. With your solid foundation, you should be able to advance it to the fortune and virtue cauldron. Zhuo Ming nodded repeatedly after hearing Chen Mobai's words. After the Wanwu cauldron has smelted 10,000 kinds of minerals, it can theoretically be upgraded to the Wanwu Feud cauldron. Throughout the history of the longevity sect, only the first leader, Hao Zhenjun, achieved such accomplishments. Mastering this cauldron is equivalent to having the great way of fortune accompany you. As one's cultivation level advances, after reaching the void refinement stage, one can naturally embark on the path of blessing and fortune. Fortune and virtue are the innate great Tao, on par with Chen Mobai's saintly virtue. Once this path is achieved, good fortune will be continuous, and one will never suffer misfortune. Even if a great calamity is imminent, one can laugh it off. However, no matter how much good fortune one has, it is difficult to change one's fate. Although Hao Zhenjun of the longevity sect lived a life free from disasters and calamities after mastering the feud cauldron, he eventually died of old age and could not attain eternal life. Moreover, a person with good fortune may become complacent with their good luck and lose the motivation to move forward. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt it was necessary to arrange for Zhuo Ming to do more things in the future, so that she would know that there are always people more capable than herself, and that there is always something beyond her reach. The five-element sects lead has been given to Jiang Zhengheng, while the Xiantian lineage and the Eastern continent's lead can be considered for Zhuo Ming. Time flies, and another year and a half has passed quickly. Under Chen Mobai's guidance, Zhuo Ming perfectly consolidated her own realm. Meanwhile, the Wu-Hurled cauldron, under the sixth-order spiritual vein of the Wandering Mountain, began to continuously absorb ores and smelt various kinds of earth essences, advancing towards the fifth order. Although Zhuo Ming's talent in weapon forging was average, with Chen Mobai's hands-on guidance and instruction, and the fact that this cauldron was her natal magic weapon, she was able to complete the forging piece by piece. During this process, Chen Mobai also discovered something. It is not possible to forge the cauldron of fortune simply by collecting all 10,000 different earth minerals. Only those who are blessed can refine the fortune cauldron. If one's fortune is insufficient, even if one collects 20,000 kinds of minerals, one can only obtain the fourth-tier peak-level myriad virtues cauldron. Zhuo Ming is clearly a blessed person. Although Chen Mobai had never cultivated the great Tao of fortune, he was able to evolve the Yellow Emperor's great virtue scripture using the great Tao of primordial chaos. In this state, he was also able to perceive the elusive qi of fortune between heaven and earth, which began to gather towards Zhuo Ming continuously after she formed her nascent soul. The Wu-Hurled cauldron was able to advance and transform into the fifth rank precisely because of the blessing energy emanating from her. Looking back on his apprentice's life, Chen Mobai realized that he had truly been blessed with good fortune, especially after becoming his disciple. Furthermore, they are blessed with good fortune and boundless happiness. On this day, a clear melody rang out from the depths of the Wandering Mountain, like celestial music. A female cultivator in a yellow robe with a round face and skin as clear as topaz flew out from a grand hall. A square cauldron filled with spiritual energy hovered above her head, radiating auspicious light, like a lucky star. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful true energy within the nascent soul, and the vigorous blood energy that could almost move mountains and split seas, Zhuo Ming still felt a sense of unbelievable illusion. You formed your nascent soul so easily. Even his natal, magic weapon has been upgraded. At that moment, she saw a handsome young man standing not far away, smiling. Chapter 1202, An Unexpected Person. Chapter 1202, An Unexpected Person. This disciple has successfully formed the nascent soul stage. I kowtow in gratitude to my master for protecting the Dharma. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Zhuo Ming immediately bowed deeply in respect. She knew very well that she owed her success to the guidance and support of her master. If I hadn't bowed down in gratitude back then, I'd probably be old and dead in the fields of Jumu Ridge by now. Get up. While I have played a crucial role in your success, your own good fortune is also a major factor. Chen Mobai said with a smile, and Luo Yixuan, who was beside him, had already gone over to help Zhuo Ming up. Senior sister, congratulations on reaching the nascent soul stage. You are undoubtedly the #1 second-generation member of the Xiantian lineage. Luo Yixuan offered her heartfelt congratulations. Not at all. Although my cultivation is a step ahead, I'm still the second disciple in terms of seniority, Zhuo Ming said, shaking her head. She knew that Chen Mobai valued etiquette very much, and once Liu Wenbai was the eldest disciple, he would always be the eldest disciple. Moreover, she was able to enter the sect entirely because of Liu Wenbai's influence. Therefore, in her mind, Liu Wenbai will always be the senior brother. Minger is right. Among my disciples, we do not judge each other by their cultivation level. Chen Mobai spoke again to confirm the etiquette regarding seniority, and Luo Yixuan lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. Any questions? The three of them sat on the ground in front of the main hall. Chen Mobai asked a question, and Zhuo Ming nodded, then talked about some of the problems she had encountered during her years of seclusion. Logically speaking, if there were any confusion, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But Zhuo Ming came over in a daze. Whether it's forming a nascent soul or refining weapons, both were very successful. After answering all the questions, Chen Mobai thought to himself, he truly is a blessed man. How about the feud ding? Chen Mobai pointed to the square cauldron suspended in midair. After being reminded by him, Zhuo Ming remembered that her natal magic weapon was still hanging in the sky. She immediately used the refining incantation to take it down. The cauldron landed beside the three of them, and Luo Yixuan looked on with curiosity and shock. As a core disciple of the Xian and Chen lineage, she must have known that after achieving the Dingcheng feud, one would already be at the 5th level. Chen Mobai was the #1 weapon refiner in the eastern continent, but none of his 4 disciples inherited his weapon refining skills. Now that Zhuo Ming has upgraded his own natal magic weapon to the 5th rank, it at least means that he has inherited Chen Mobai's mantle. But this is a 5th-tier item. Luo Yixuan, who was very aware of the value of a 5th-tier magic weapon, wouldn't have believed that Zhuo Ming had crafted it if she hadn't witnessed the feud cauldron's advancement with her own eyes. She would have definitely thought that Chen Mobai had made it. According to local custom, Zhuo Ming can now call himself a 5th-tier weapon refiner. Chen Mobai used the Cantong Qi to examine the feud cauldron, but found that he could no longer fully perceive the cauldron's formation, especially the process of advancing to the 5th rank and obtaining feud. This was because the cauldron was Zhuo Ming's life essence, and if he wanted to forcibly peer into it, he would need to erase her traces within the cauldron. However, since he was the one who originally crafted this cauldron, he still saw the great path of fortune after releasing his aura. However, Chen Mobai had already cultivated enough Tao, so after simply comprehending the Tao of blessing and fortune on the cauldron, he returned the cauldron to its rightful owner. What a treasure of blessings and virtues! If you are able to attain enlightenment in the future, this will be your treasure for achieving enlightenment. Zhuo Ming was very happy to hear Chen Mobai's praise, but she was still a little confused, not knowing what it meant to be in harmony with the Tao. Chen Mobai explained it briefly, and Zhuo Ming was somewhat apprehensive upon learning that it was a realm above the ascended cultivator level. This disciple is dull-witted and doesn't even know if I can reach the nascent soul stage. I dare not even think about such a realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai burst into laughter, then reached out and grasped at the air, and 2 Tao fruits landed in his hand. The one on the left is the earth element Tao fruit, and the one on the right is the primordial chaos Tao fruit. This is what I promised you before. Have you thought it over? After Chen Mobai explained the specific effects and functions of the 2 Tao fruits in his hand, he saw his precious disciple opposite him fall into deep thought. Luo Yixuan, standing to the side, swallowed hard. This is the fruit of enlightenment. And there are 2 of them. Why can't there be one that suits me? Master, I've made my choice. Just as Luo Yixuan was lost in thought, Zhuo Ming raised her head and looked at the earth element fruit on the left. Oh, why did you choose this? Upon seeing the path of fortune, Chen Mobai already knew that the earth element Tao fruit was the most suitable for Zhuo Ming, since she was already free from calamities and tribulations. As long as she could improve her cultivation level in the most suitable way, she would definitely be able to smoothly cultivate to the highest level that her talent could realize. Therefore, her path is the same as Chen Mobai's, a path of spiritual attainment. Although the primordial Tao fruit has a brighter future, this path already has a primordial true monarch ahead of it. In comparison, Zhuo Ming chose the earth element Tao fruit, which, with her blessings and virtues, would almost certainly guarantee her reaching the nascent soul stage. Once she reached the void refinement stage, she could consider separating the earth element Tao fruit and pursuing a Tao of blessings and virtues that better suited her. Before that, the most important thing is to first achieve the divine transformation stage. I think it's easier to break through to the next realm by cultivating the Yellow Emperor's virtue scripture. The 1 Yuan Tao scripture is too complicated, and I can't fully comprehend it. Zhuo Ming spoke frankly, although her spiritual root was already top-notch. Her comprehension was only truly genius level in earth attribute cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities. The 1 Yuan Tao scripture was profound and encompassed all aspects of the 5 elements. She had read the entire text in Beiyuan City, but found it obscure and difficult to understand. As Chen Mobai's disciple, pragmatism is ingrained in her very being. So after thinking it over, she instinctively chose the simple earth path fruit. Very well, I will now pass on this Tao fruit to you. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt even more that Zhuo Ming was very fortunate, and that even the choices she made were the best for her. He smiled and took back the primordial Tao fruit, then taught the 1 Yuan seal for refining the Tao fruit. After learning it several times, Zhuo Ming's nascent soul left his body, and he took the earth element Tao fruit and refined it into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Refining the Tao fruit also takes some time. While giving instructions, Chen Mobai told Zhuo Ming about the contents of the Yellow Emperor's great virtue scripture, which he had comprehended using the great Tao of Hunyuan, concerning the nascent soul and the divine transformation. The more Zhuo Ming understood, the more she admired Chen Mobai. After all, she knew that her master practiced fire-based techniques. One taught, one learned, and a disciple served tea. Time flew by and another 6 months passed. At first, Chen Mobai was teaching the techniques, but after Zhuo Ming had almost grasped them, he began teaching the seventh-order Zhou Tian He Luo Xing Du formation. After all, it's definitely not enough to set up this formation within the 5-element sect's territory with the help of Song Huangda, a third-generation disciple. Now that Zhuo Ming has successfully formed her nascent soul, this heavy responsibility must be handed over to her. Zhuo Ming has truly mastered the art of formations. Although she couldn't understand the 7th-order grand formation with her current level of cultivation, she understood at least a large part of the heavenly curtain and earthly network grand formation. Chen Mobai taught Zhuo Ming the 360 array diagrams after they were broken down, ensuring that she could arrange them according to the diagrams. Satisfied, he stopped teaching. After cultivating to the level of a master, each subsequent seclusion will likely last for decades or even centuries, so these matters must be handled by a trustworthy person. This disciple will certainly live up to master's expectations. Zhuo Ming, however, was already used to having something to do. Before, in the Wandering Mountain, she had also found herself the job of developing the underwater spiritual fields of the Golden Crow immortal city ruins. Now that she had gotten the job of this great formation, she was even more motivated. I have already handed over the affairs of the sect to Zhang Heng. As for the Zio Nanshan lineage, I will entrust it to you from now on. There are also some of my friends in the eastern continent. I will need you to visit them on my behalf from now on. Chen Mobai was referring to his personal relationships with Yi Qing, Yuan Zhen, and other cultivators from the eastern continent. At the nascent soul stage, they rarely acted unless it was a major battle between the righteous and demonic forces or a time of pioneering. In the future, if they want to socialize with friends, they will generally send their disciples over first. These disciples are the inheritors of the mantle of the God of transformation. Those who have attained the righteous path and become immortals all know that these are the disciples who will take over the line of duty in the future, and they will treat them with respect. In the eastern continent, this can be considered a tacit understanding between the deities of the sacred lands. After Zhuo Ming completes her nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai can now promote her to the stage of Dangzhu. Inform all the deities of the Holy Land that this will be his successor. It is also a nascent soul Tao seed that the next generation of the 5-element sect will fully support. Yes, your disciple obeys. When Zhuo Ming said those words with a serious expression, Chen Mobai felt that his already meager resources had dwindled even further. Although the crown of heaven and earth and all beings has been given to Jiang Xingheng, he can still use the outer heaven and earth and inner body. With 2 disciples taking over his mantle, Chen Mobai's influence in the heavenly river realm had become visibly sparse. Moreover, many of these lines can fade and disappear over time. However, there were also a few threads that were brightly colored and exceptionally strong. These all represent the very end of the line, which is the transformation into a deity. For example, the Ming Dynasty's Venerable One, and the Heavenly Spirit True Lord of the Myriad Spirits sect, etc. For this reason, Chen Mobai did not use the secret method left by the One Yuan True Monarch to transfer these threads to Zhuo Ming, but instead planned to solve them himself as much as possible. If I really can't solve this problem before I reach the void realm myself, then I'll give it to Zhuo Ming. She must have reached the divine realm by then and was able to withstand it. After teaching Zhuo Ming, Chen Mobai returned to the eastern wilderness. As for Zhuo Ming's nascent soul ceremony and other such matters, Yi Yun, who is aware of the news, will naturally take care of everything. He and Qing Nu will simply attend to support the event. However, upon returning, Chen Mobai learned that an unexpected guest was waiting for him in Beiyuan City. Han Xingzi, Luo Ying Shangren. After hearing Yi Yun's report, Chen Mobai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He had long since severed all ties with the Ice Heaven 3 sects. What could these 2 want from him? Chapter 1203, Valuation of Tao Fruit. Chapter 1203, Valuation of Tao Fruit. Recalling his conversations with Han Xingzi and Luo Ying Shangren, and considering recent events, Chen Mobai considered a possibility. Could it be that they want to exchange Tao fruits for nascent soul pills? The 3 yin fruit, passed down through generations in the icy and snowy lands, is extremely useful for Chen Mobai's daughter, as it can guide her on the path to nascent soul or even void refinement. Therefore, he had suggested exchanging it for a nascent soul pill in the past, but although Han Xingzi was tempted, she resisted the temptation and refused. At that time, Han Xingzi probably thought Chen Mobai was joking when he refused. Moreover, in the Eastern continent, only the Tong Sheng true spirit pill from the moral sect was recognized, and he didn't think Chen Mobai would be willing to trade his own nascent soul stage aspirations. Now, the news that Xingji and Daodezong had exchanged Tongsheng Zhenling pills has already spread, so Han Xingzi must have received the news and knows that Wuxingzong also received one. Please come over for chat, fellow Taoists. After Chen Mobai figured it out, he spoke to Yi Yun in front of him, and the latter immediately nodded. Greetings, sect leader Chen. Soon, Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren arrived at the main hall of Beiyuan City and respectfully greeted Chen Mobai. You two are too kind, please have a seat and some tea. Chen Mobai pointed to the two seats next to him and said that Gu Yan had already brewed the Xixia spirit tea and served it to the two of them. To be honest, my junior sister and I came to your sect today because we heard that sect leader Chen has an extra true spirit pill of sainthood. We wonder if you would be willing to sell it. Han Xingzi had clearly figured out Chen Mobai's personality and went straight to the point as soon as she came in, just as Chen Mobai had expected. Fellow Taoist is joking. There are certainly not many nascent soul pills. Even if we don't need them today, our sect will naturally have disciples who can use them in 100 years. Chen Mobai responded with a smile. If he were willing to sell the Tong Sheng true spirit pill in his hand, all the holy lands in the 5 continents and 4 seas would probably be moved by the news and let him name his price. Upon hearing his words, Han Xingzi also wore a wry smile. However, since I'm here today, I should definitely give it my all. After all, this nascent soul true lord in front of me has an excellent reputation and credibility, so he probably won't be displeased by my words. Sect leader Chen, back in the Eastern Mausoleum region, you once said that Dao fruits could be exchanged for nascent soul pills. I wonder if that still stands. Upon hearing Han Xingzi's words, Chen Mobai stopped drinking his tea and squinted at the two people in front of him. Han Xingzi looked on with anticipation, while Luo Yingshangren kept his head down, seemingly feeling somewhat down. He adopted the mindset and perspective of the locals, and probably already understood Han Xingzi's conditions. Chen Mobai, fellow Taoist, are you willing to exchange the Taiyan fruit for it? Han Xingzi, please forgive me, sect leader Chen. This is the foundation of my Tao and I cannot give it up. However, in addition to the Taiyan Tao fruit, my Bingshan 3 meridians also have 2 other Tao fruits, Xuanian and Shaiyan. I wonder if sect leader Chen would be interested in them. Just as I expected. Upon hearing Han Xingzi's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod in agreement. According to the locals, the first priority should be to create a divine transformation true lord. Only then will there be a possibility of rebuilding the Holy Land and restoring its glory. Han Xingzi's cultivation level is no lower than Hongyun and Xingji's, and he also possesses the Taiyan Dao fruit. If he were to acquire the Tongsheng True Spirit Pill, his chances of transforming into a nascent soul would surpass those of Hongyun and Xingji. However, Chen Mobai felt that even if Han Xingzi obtained the Tongsheng Zhenling Dan, his chances of becoming a nascent soul cultivator were slim, since he did not have the method to refine the Taiyan Yin fruit and merely used it as a magical artifact to comprehend it. But this is not crucial for Chen Mobai, because what he needs is the 3 Yin fruit and the inheritance of the ice and snow world. Since I said it, then it's true. Chen Mobai's words invigorated Han Xingzi. In the Eastern continent, this man truly lived up to his word. Han Xingzi, I wonder if sect leader Chen needs the profound Yin fruit or the lesser Yin fruit. Chen Mobai, besides the Dao fruit, I also need all the cultivation manuals you inherited from the ice and snow land, including the chapters on nascent soul and void refinement ascension. Having the fruits of the Tao, but lacking the method to use them, is certainly not enough. However, Chen Mobai's request made Han Xingzi look troubled. Reporting to sect leader Chen, it's not that I'm unwilling, but our 2 lineages have only inherited a portion of the nascent soul stage from the 3 Yin Classic, and we truly lack the lineage for void refinement. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai remembered that Han Xingzi didn't even have a method to refine the Taiyan fruit, so he knew that what he said was true. However, having the inheritance of the divine transformation realm is enough. He figured that when his daughter reached the nascent soul stage, he would be able to accumulate enough cultivation merit to purchase better techniques and inheritances at the realm gate. In that case, I won't make any demands. Chen Mobai gave Han Xingzi face, even letting him choose the item to trade. Which Dao fruit do you intend to use as an exchange, fellow Taoist? I can accept any of them. As a cultivator focused on realms, Chen Mobai wasn't picky at all, since both the Sheiyan fruit and the Chuanian fruit could pave the way for his daughter to reach the divine transformation stage. With the matching cultivation techniques and her pure yin body, at least her future achievements will not tarnish his and Bai Guang's reputation. Please forgive us, sect leader Chen, we haven't taken out these 2 Dao fruits yet, Han Xingzi said somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai frowned, his gaze sharpening slightly. Fellow Taoist, you don't think I'm someone you can joke around with so easily, do you? The pressure from the nascent soul cultivator caused Han Xingzi and Luo Ying Shangren to feel their blood surging. The nascent souls in their purple mansion and sea of consciousness felt as if they were exposed to the blazing sun and wanted to melt into water. Sect leader Chen, please calm down, it's like this. Han Xingzi couldn't help but summon the Taiyin Pearl, barely managing to withstand Chen Mobai's nascent soul stage pressure, and quickly explained her plan. It turns out that the reason why the 3 branches of the ice heaven moved to the bitterly cold northwesternmost part of the eastern continent was because the last nascent soul cultivator of the ice heaven and snow land, the broken jade true monarch, was buried there. That was also where the true monarch of shattered jade practiced his cultivation, but after his failure, it turned into a terrifying, frozen tomb. The Broken Jade Palace, where Han Xingzi is located, was built by the disciples of Broken Jade True Monarch. Therefore, in addition to most of the sacred ground's inheritance, it also contains the array diagram for entering and exiting the frozen tomb. The Taiyin fruit was retrieved from the frozen tomb by the disciples of the true Lord of Broken Jade at the very beginning. At that time, the Broken Jade Palace still had the method to refine Dao fruits, but the Taiyin Dao fruit seemed to have undergone a strange change when Broken Jade True Monarch was practicing the Void Realm. When it was refined into his body by his disciple, it suddenly exploded and froze him into an ice sculpture. Since then, the nascent soul cultivators of the Shattered Jade Palace have dared not refine the Taiyin fruit. However, the exploration of the frozen tombs has continued unabated. Each generation of nascent soul cultivators from the Shattered Jade Palace would rely on the array diagram to enter the frozen tomb in search of the remaining 2 Dao fruits and a new refining method. But as time went by, the interior of the frozen tomb became increasingly terrifying, with the intense cold so strong that even those nascent soul cultivators who specialized in the 3 yin meridians could not withstand it. Moreover, due to the relocation to the harsh northwest region where resources are scarce, the number of nascent soul cultivators in the Broken Jade Palace is decreasing. As a last resort, they informed all members of the Ice Heaven 3 lineages about this matter. In the thousands of years that followed, the nascent soul experts of the 3 Ice Heaven lineages, after making a vow of Dao Heart, entered the frozen tomb under the guidance of the Shattered Jade Palace to search for the lost inheritance of the frozen heaven and snow land, as well as the 3 yin fruit, and indeed made quite a few gains. However, because they could never enter the very center of the tomb, both the inheritance and the Dao fruit remained inside. The closest one was when Master Loyang entered last time, and used the secret method of the Snow Mountain sect to resonate with the Xuan Yin fruit sealed in the center of the tomb. If we can borrow sect leader Chen's Azure Ice Heart Rope, junior sister can retrieve the profound Yin fruit, and perhaps even the lesser Yin fruit. Then I will present it to sect leader Chen in exchange for the Sage True Spirit Pill. After listening to Han Xingzi's plan, Chen Mobai suddenly understood why Master Loyang was looking down and somewhat sullen. After all, she probably already considered the Xuan Yin fruit as hers for the taking. But to give up now for the sake of Han Xingzi's potential nascent soul transformation is definitely something they are unwilling to do. But since she's here today, it means Han Xingzi has already persuaded her. It seems he thinks that with the help of the Azure Ice Heart Rope, he can retrieve the remaining 2 Dao fruits, give the lesser Yin fruit to Chen Mobai, and keep the profound Yin fruit for himself. However, Chen Mobai was not entirely at ease with the local people's customs. There are far too many cases of people borrowing things and never returning them. Moreover, even if he made a vow of Tao heart, what if he were to perish in the frozen tomb? Wouldn't he be losing a fifth-tier magic weapon for nothing? I can lend it to you, but I have one condition. Chen Mobai's response brought a smile to Han Xingzi's face, and she immediately asked what his request was. I'm not very familiar with you two fellow Taoists, and we don't have much trust in each other. Why don't we go into the frozen tomb together? Once we get there, I will lend you the azure ice heart rope. Chen Mobai's words left Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren exchanging bewildered glances. The two wanted to refuse, but they knew they had no leverage to negotiate with the nascent soul true monarch before them. All right, but I hope that sect leader Chen will not disclose anything about the frozen tomb to anyone else. Han Xingzi gritted her teeth and agreed. Luo Yingshangren was surprised, but considering that the frozen tomb was originally shared by the broken jade palace with the three ice heaven lineages, she had no right to object. Nature. Chen Mobai readily agreed, though Han Xingzi naturally dared not ask him to swear an oath of faith. However, Chen Mobai's reputation was the best guarantee. Everyone knows that the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness is a man of his word. Next, Han Xingzi took out a treasured array diagram, which had been passed down through generations of their broken jade palace and was the key to entering and exiting the frozen tomb. After reading it once, Chen Mobai already had a good idea of what was going on, but he still asked some questions from the perspective of a professional geomancer and array master. For example, what was the original source of the sixth-order ice spirit vein? Have the changes in the land over the past thousands of years affected the small world where the tomb is located? How did the small world of the tomb come about? However, Han Xingzi could not answer many of these questions. No wonder even with the array diagram in hand, they couldn't open the frozen tomb. Chen Mobai thought to himself that the people of the Ice Heaven three clans were somewhat useless, but he didn't say it directly. But Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren had already lowered their heads in shame. When will the tomb be opened? Chen Mobai finally asked a question that Han Xingzi knew the answer to. The entrance opens once every 2 cycles of 60 years, and the next time it will open will be in 3 months. After hearing this, Chen Mobai recalled what he had learned when he asked Yuan Zhen about the 3 ice heaven lineages. He then said to the 2 people in front of him, when true monarch Su Yu passed away, the nascent soul cultivators from the 3 great holy lands, including the morality sect, investigated and entered the frozen tomb. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing this, both Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren were greatly surprised. They really didn't know about this. Truly worthy of being called the ancient sacred land of the eastern continent. Han Xingzi thought that their Ice Heaven 3 veins protection of the tomb was very well hidden, but he didn't expect that it had already been exposed to the 3 holy lands. When the Morality Sect and the Star Heaven Tao Sect exchanged the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, they notified the other holy lands, including my sect. If I want to do the same transaction with your Ice Heaven 3 lineages this time, I must also inform them. Chen Mobai brought this up because he remembered this incident. Because I had promised Han Xingzi, I needed to get his permission. Knowing that the frozen tomb had already been entered and exited by the Dayad sect and others, Han Xingzi naturally had no objections. Master Chen can make the arrangements. Han Xingzi was somewhat flattered that Chen Mobai was discussing this with her. Okay, then I'll come find you in 3 months. Chen Mobai nodded, and then had Gu Yan see Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren out. After informing the Holy Land such as the moral sect about this matter, Wuchen and Dakong had no objections. In fact, the former even sent over the records of the moral sect's predecessors exploring the frozen tomb using the heavenly and earthly Quenji instrument. Because the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect had already closed its mountain, Nai Yuanzhang's reply was delayed by many days, but it conveyed the same message. For them, the days of ice and snow are over. However, if Han Xingzi can successfully transform into a god, they are willing to accept the resurgence of this holy land. After all, they are all on the right path. After reviewing the files of the moral sect, Chen Mobai sent his second primordial spirit to the bitterly cold northwestern part of the eastern continent, where it used the heavenly calculation beads to scan all the mountain ranges, terrains, and rivers, making preparations in advance. With his skills as a geomancer and array master, he quickly deduced the location of the frozen tomb. 3 months passed quickly. Chen Mobai arrived at the agreed-upon place, atop a majestic, pristine snow-capped mountain. His eyes gleamed with silver light, for he had already used the void escape technique to see the frozen tomb hidden within. At this moment, his Tengxianji, a magical artifact, gave a slight warning. Chapter 1204 Inside the Tomb. Chapter 1204 Inside the Tomb. Tengxianji's warning indicates that there is a force within the frozen tomb that can threaten Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai's current power is already at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Without being able to refine his void refinement form, he can be said to be invincible. Therefore, this means that there is a sixth-order power within the tomb. Is it a sixth-order grand formation, left behind by that true monarch of shattered jade? After examining the array diagram in Han Xingzi's hand, Chen Mobai learned that the tomb was set up according to the most powerful 3-yin extinction array in the ice and snow world, which was the array plate, an array flag left by the ascended cultivator, ancestor Jia Yin. It was precisely because the jade-broken true monarch moved the 3-yin extinction array here that the sixth-order ice spirit vein in the icy and snowy land collapsed. However, given Chen Mobai's mastery of formations, even if one were to enter the formation after viewing the diagram, it would be impossible to trap him, let alone since he had mastered the void escape technique. However, since Tengxianji has issued a warning, we still need to be cautious. Chen Mobai, who originally planned to enter the frozen tomb in his true form, decided to let his second primordial spirit do the job instead. Upon realizing this, a precious pearl flew out from behind Chen Mobai's head, instantly transforming into another version of himself. The cultivation of the second primordial spirit has reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm in recent years. Moreover, after merging with the great Tao of Light, this pure Yang Pearl is already a high-grade fifth-order magic artifact. With the continuous influx of the power of the great Tao, it is rapidly advancing towards the peak of the fifth order. Following this trend, the pure Yang Pearl is very likely to be the second pure Yang set piece to be upgraded to the 6th tier. Chen Mobai looked forward to the day when all of his pure Yang sets would be upgraded to the 6th rank. At that moment, Chen Mobai's expression shifted slightly, and his true form vanished from the spot. Before long, 2 icy beams of light flew over from afar and landed on the mountaintop. I didn't expect sect leader Chen to arrive so quickly. As the light dissipated, it was revealed that it was Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren. After exchanging greetings, the former spoke very politely, unaware that Chen Mobai in front of him was merely the second primordial spirit. Is it just the two of you? I remember that your shattered Jade Palace and Snow Mountain sect should have a few nascent soul cultivators, right? Seeing that there were only 2 people, Chen Mobai asked with some surprise. After all, according to Han Xingzi, the opening of this frozen tomb is a grand feast for the 3 lineages of the ice heaven, and no nascent soul cultivator should want to miss it. When we entered the frozen tomb last time, our sect lost a nascent soul cultivator. So this time, in order to prevent the 3 ice heaven lineages from losing any more manpower, I have decided that the other elders should not come. This will also prevent your whereabouts from being exposed, sect leader Chen. Although Han Xingzi didn't explain it clearly, Chen Mobai understood what he meant. It seems that exchanging Dao fruit for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill might cause opposition within the Ice Heaven 3 lineages, so the other nascent soul elders were not informed. After all, the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill definitely belongs to Han Xingzi, but the Dao fruit could potentially end up in someone else's hands. Chen Mobai pretended not to know about this. Open the door, we'll be there and back in no time. As Chen Mobai spoke, the azure ice heart rope appeared on his arm, concealing the intense pure yang true energy of his second primordial spirit. Yes, sir. Han Xingzi nodded politely, and then presented a talisman with blue background and black characters. As soon as the talisman appeared, Chen Mobai felt a bone-chilling cold. The icy spiritual energy floating in the surrounding air began to roar and transform into cold white streams of light, which flowed into the talisman. This is the Xuan Yin divine talisman passed down in our sect, and it is also the key to entering and exiting the frozen tomb. As Han Xingzi began her introduction, the hand seals in her hands had already ended. Suddenly, the dark patterns on the Xuan Yin divine talisman seemed to come alive, leaping out from the blue talisman paper and merging into the surrounding void. In an instant, Chen Mobai sensed the power of the void beginning to vibrate violently, and then a hole was opened by the Xuan Yin divine talisman. A terrifyingly cold current, capable of freezing the air itself, surged forth from the void opening. Chen Mobai's pure yang immortal robe immediately emitted scorching flames to resist it. This indicated that the cold current was powerful enough to freeze the body of a fifth-tier cultivator. Compared to his ease, Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren couldn't help but shudder. However, Chen Mobai noticed that the two of them were actually sitting on the ground under these circumstances, circulating their cultivation techniques to absorb and refine the cold current bit by bit. Perhaps because their cultivation methods share the same origin, this chilling current, which is powerful enough to freeze nascent soul cultivators, is actually a resource for them to improve. Chen Mobai listened to the true energy and blood energy of the two people, and as he refined this cold current, it became even more refined. Even the erysipelas that was originally in the body was gradually frozen and extracted under the cold current. Chen Mobai's heart stirred, and his hidden true form took out a spirit sealing tube to collect the cold current, intending to analyze it using the primordial chaos Tao when he had time in the future. After a full day and night, the cold wave finally subsided. Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren also opened their eyes and stood up at the same time, and greeted Chen Mobai, who was standing not far away. "Thank you for protecting Master Chen." It was only because Chen Mobai had a good reputation, and because the pure yin cold flow was so precious, that the two of them refined it directly in front of him. Although your cultivation levels have not improved, your foundations have become much stronger. Chen Mobai asked with some curiosity, and Han Xingzi did not hide anything and explained the reason. It turns out that if this three-yin extinction formation were placed on the ice spirit vein, it would continuously refine the ice spirit energy into pure yin cold stream. This is the purest pure yin spirit energy, containing the mysteries of creation. However, only those who cultivate the corresponding techniques can refine it and make it their own. The reason why this once icy and snowy place was able to become a holy land is because of this kind of opportunity. Their nascent soul cultivators can rely on the pure yin cold flow's pure true energy and blood energy to remove the effects of the pill poison, allowing their cultivation to progress rapidly. I see. In that case, it was somewhat selfish of True Monarch Shattered Jade to take the three-yin extinction array away for his own void refinement. After listening, Chen Mobai only commented with this one sentence. Although Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren thought the same thing, they dared not agree and could only awkwardly change the subject. "Sect leader Chen, the gate to the frozen tomb has been opened. Let's go in." Chen Mobai looked at the cave entrance that had been opened and fixed by the Xuan Yin divine talisman, nodded, and stepped into it first. Seeing this, Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren were also impressed and followed closely behind. After the three entered, the opening created by the Xuan Yin divine talisman suddenly contracted and disappeared. Chen Mobai's true form stepped out of the void, and looking at the point where he disappeared, he understood all the key points. The mysterious Yin divine talisman remains in its original location, which is also the entrance to the frozen tomb. If one wants to exit in the future, this is the only way out. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed with a spiritual light, seeing through the illusion and reality of the Xuan Yin divine talisman. This is a 6th-grade low-level spirit talisman. Besides opening the frozen tomb, it has other functions, but if it is activated, this Xuan Yin divine talisman will be used up. In comparison, the three Ice Heaven lineages would definitely prefer to preserve this talisman, so that the frozen tomb can be kept open for a long time. After Chen Mobai finished reading the Xuan Yin divine talisman, he began to use the void escape technique to sense what was in front of him. Before long, he could see the void membrane. He had a feeling that he could enter the frozen tomb without activating the Xuan Yin divine talisman, simply by taking one step. However, given Tengxian's warning, Chen Mobai would definitely not step inside in his true form. Let the second primordial spirit explore it properly. Upon entering the frozen tomb, Chen Mobai felt as if he were walking on thin air, his body constantly falling downwards. He activated the fire patterns on his pure yang immortal robe, transforming them into a fiery dragon that carried him, stopping him in midair. The temperature here is much lower than that of the snow-capped mountains outside. Any ordinary creature that enters would probably be frozen solid the moment it enters. Chen Mobai looked up and found himself on a lake that was like a giant mirror. The lake was smooth and clean, obviously frozen, reflecting the surrounding snow-capped mountains, blue sky and white clouds, giving it a unique sense of purity. Sect leader Chen, this is Mirror Lake, which is also the outermost part of the frozen tomb. On the shore of Mirror Lake is a snowfield forest, where many precious medicinal herbs as well as exotic flowers and fruits are grown. It was originally the most precious medicinal field in our frozen heaven and snowland. However, after it was turned into a tomb, it can only be entered once every 120 years, and each person can only take a small amount. Several times, the nascent soul cultivators of the three ice heaven lineages took too much and were unable to leave this place. After passing through the snowfield forest, we will reach Snow Cloud Mountain, where the tomb is located. The highest peak, Snow Cloud Peak, is where the patriarch failed in his cultivation of emptiness and passed away. To reach Snow Cloud Peak, you need to pass through a series of ice caves called illusory spirit caves. There are mysterious mists there, and our sect's predecessors obtained a secret technique from the ice and snow world that has been lost for a long time. After passing through the ice cave, you can climb towards Snow Cloud Peak along the crystal waterfall, because flying is prohibited inside the tomb. Standing on the frozen surface of Mirror Lake, Han Xingzi swallowed hard when she saw Chen Mobai flying in the air on a fiery dragon. She swallowed her words back. Clearly, the no-fly zone here only applies to cultivators below the nascent soul stage. In that case, let's do as the Romans do. After hearing this, Chen Mobai dispersed the fiery dragon and landed on the lake surface. In fact, these events were recorded in the records of the moral sect. Back then, the nascent soul cultivators from the three holy lands found this place through the heavenly and earthly Chuanji instrument, and were then led into the tomb by the nascent soul cultivators from the Taixupayo Male Palace. However, when they approached Snow Cloud Peak, they discovered a terrifying power that could freeze everything. It was this force that made them back down in the face of difficulties. After all, True Monarch's shattered jade was a cultivator close to ascension, and the power he left behind before his death might be able to take away a nascent soul cultivator. Although Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit possessed a 6th-tier Yuan Yang sword, it would be best to obtain the Dao fruit without resorting to violence. Besides, this was someone else's territory, so it was better to be polite. Sect leader Chen, please come with us. Han Xingzi was slightly disappointed to see that Chen Mobai did not intend to take them directly to Snow Cloud Peak, but she still cheered up and headed towards the snowfield forest on the shore of Mirror Lake. Stepping onto Mirror Lake, Chen Mobai discovered that beneath the frozen surface, countless crystal-clear spirit fish were swimming in the air, following their footsteps. Han Xingzi explained that these were cold fish, prized for their delicious flavor and tender flesh, considered a top-tier spiritual creature for cultivators practicing ice attribute techniques. My shattered jade palace also cultivates this kind of creature. If sect leader Chen wants it, I will send a disciple to deliver 100 taels to you after we leave. Han Xingzi said generously, and Chen Mobai nodded slightly. This thing could probably increase the ice spirit root, so he could take it back for his daughter and Yan Bingxuan to try. As they spoke, the three of them had already crossed Mirror Lake and approached the dense forest on the shore. The trees here were tall and straight, their branches and leaves covered with thick snow. From a distance, they looked like rows of silver-clad giants. Occasionally, they could also see some snow rabbits, snow foxes, and snow deer. Chen Mobai's gaze swept across the scene, taking in clusters of pure white lotus flowers and translucent fruits resembling ice crystals. These all exuded a 5th-tier aura, clearly indicating they were spiritual objects over 10,000 years old. Sect leader Chen, each person who enters can take 1 5th-tier plant, 3 4th-tier plants, 10 3rd-tier plants. Since you are of noble status, please take yours first. Han Xingzi spoke to him, saying that this was a pattern that the three ice heaven lineages had discovered over thousands of years. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. If Han Xingzi hadn't spoken up, Chen Mobai, as a moral exemplar, certainly wouldn't have taken them. But now that the host had spoken, he smiled and took a 5th-tier snow-white lotus, 3 4th-tier crystal fruits, and other spiritual items. Take these to the immortal sect, and let Yuan Su refine them into pills. That will be enough for Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Especially the 5th-tier snow lotus, whose medicinal properties are too strong for them, might have to be refined petal by petal. With Han Xingzi leading the way, they easily bypassed the array restrictions in the snowfield forest and arrived at the majestic snow mountain at the end. Chen Mobai saw the highest peak, Snow Cloud Peak, shrouded in thick clouds and mist, as if a mysterious giant was guarding it from the clouds. At the mountainside there was a waterfall made of pure white ice crystals. As it fell, it condensed into transparent icicles in midair. When it hit the ground, it looked like the Milky Way falling to Earth, which was very beautiful. Snow Cloud Peak is surrounded by continuous snow-capped mountains, so if you want to get there but can't fly, you have to go through ice caves in the mountains. After Chen Mobai followed Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren inside, he soon discovered a fork in the road. Sect leader Chen, these 3 caves represent the 3 yin fruits, containing our sects-related inheritances, etc. What one can obtain depends entirely on opportunity and comprehension. I will head to the Taiyin cave on the left, while my junior sister will go to the Xuanian cave in the middle. Sect leader Chen can come with us or go through the lesser yin cave alone, but in the end, he will be able to get out and arrive at the waterfall at Snow Cloud Peak. Han Xingzi, fearing that Chen Mobai might misunderstand that they wanted to use this opportunity to shake him off, pointed to the 3 forked entrances and said, "Then let's split up and go our separate ways." Chen Mobai thought about it and felt that with his comprehension, he would definitely be able to fully understand the inheritance of the ice and snow world. Separating them would prevent Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren from having their Dao hearts shattered. "Yes, then we'll meet again at Snow Cloud Peak." After saying this, Han Xingzi stepped into the leftmost cave entrance first, while Luo Yingshangren bowed slightly to Chen Mobai and disappeared into the middle cave entrance as well. Chapter 1205 Divine Incense, 3 Yin Scripture. Chapter 1205 Divine Incense, 3 Yin Scripture. After Chen Mobai stepped into the Sheiyin cave, he discovered that it was a huge natural ice cave with a spacious interior. The ceiling was hung with long, thin, sword-like ice pillars, and the ground was covered with a layer of hard ice. At the top of the ice cave, mysterious rays of light shone, reflecting and refracting between the ice walls, making the entire cave colorful, as if you were in a dreamlike rainbow world. No wonder the 3 icy peaks call this place the Illusory Spirit Cave. In a flash, Chen Mobai found himself deep inside the ice cave. It was much more spacious and brighter here, with ice crystals shimmering on the surrounding walls and even a cool, refreshing fragrance. Amidst the fragrance, Chen Mobai felt his consciousness becoming somewhat scattered. He immediately focused his mind and activated the pure Yang True Fire, burning it around his body. After the fragrance dissipated, he saw illusory figures and shimmering words appearing on the surrounding ice crystal walls. This is clearly a legacy of the icy and snowy landscape. Under his divine sense at the nascent soul stage, these figures seemed to come alive, making various movements and even showing diagrams of meridians. Combined with text, they formed a series of lost martial arts techniques from the icy wilderness. Chen Mobai scanned all the figures and words on the ice crystal wall into the heavenly calculation bead, and then briefly studied them using the 5 musical notes. This was discovered to be the complete text concerning the Lesser Yin Meridian, one of the 3 Yin meridians. It includes chapters on Qi cultivation and the transformation of spirit, various accompanying supernatural powers and secret techniques, elixir formulas and elixirs, and even the crafting of magical artifacts. However, the method for refining the Sheiyin fruit, which Chen Mobai was most concerned about, was missing. He thought there might be something deeper in the ice cave, so he continued forward, but soon he reached the end and saw the ice crystal waterfall outside the cave entrance. Chen Mobai then thought he might have missed it on the way, so he went back. On the way back, he found a powerful resistance emerging, trying to forcibly bind him, making him unable to move. Han Xingzi once said that once you enter this enchanted cave, you cannot turn back. How much you can understand after going through it once is all you get. But for Chen Mobai, it was not the case. He used the void walk technique to teleport to the 3 branching entrances that had initially separated. He re-entered the Lesser Yin cave, activated the heavenly calculation beads throughout, and scanned everything in the entire ice cave. But after stepping out of the cave again, Chen Mobai compared it to before and found that there was no difference. In other words, although the 3 Yin scriptures are passed down in the Illusory Spirit Cave, there are still no chapters about Dao fruits or void refinement. In this freezing weather, keeping the cultivation technique a secret is a bit too much. This was Chen Mobai's first thought. He looked up at Snow Cloud Peak. That is where the true Lord of Broken Jade passed away. If he left behind any Dao fruits and materials related to the refinement of emptiness, then they could only be from there. However, after waiting for a long time, Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren did not come out from the other 2 caves. Chen Mobai thought they were rather stupid, unlike himself who was able to quickly comprehend the inheritance in the illusionary spirit cave, so he waited for a long time. But 3 whole days passed, and he still hadn't seen the two of them. Chen Mobai found it strange, so he simply used the void to travel back to the entrance of the three-forked cave. He followed the path Han Xingzi had taken into the Taiyin cave, and halfway there, he smelled that mysterious cool fragrance again. A short while later, he saw Han Xingzi lying unconscious in the cave. After scanning the Taiyin meridian here, Chen Mobai pointed a finger at Han Xingzi's brow, and with the burning lamp technique, quickly dissolved the mysterious fragrance in his body. After a heavy breath, Han Xingzi awoke and instinctively unleashed a powerful cold light divine power, only to be suppressed and crushed by Chen Mobai with a single finger. Woke up. As Chen Mobai's words reached his ears, Han Xingzi finally opened his eyes and immediately stood up to thank Chen Mobai. Thank you for your help, Master Chen. If it weren't for you, I might never have woken up. Oh, you know what happened? Chen Mobai asked with some surprise. Han Xingzi nodded with a wry smile and said, "This is the divine incense passed down from the ice and snow realm. It is said to be condensed from a rare tree obtained by our ancestor from the purple cloud heavenly palace. Once lit, it can burn for 1,000 years. After a cultivator smells it, they can enter the deepest state of meditation, which can help them comprehend cultivation techniques and so on. However, only nascent soul cultivators can use it. If a nascent soul cultivator smells it too much, he will easily become trapped in the state of meditation. When the ancestors of my shattered jade palace first entered the tomb, they could smell this fragrance, so they could identify that it was burning on Snow Cloud Peak at that time. However, according to the time, it should have been extinguished long ago." After hearing Han Xingzi's words, Chen Mobai thought of a possibility. "Do you think it's possible that the jade-shattering true monarch is still alive on Snow Cloud Peak?" Chen Mobai's words sent a chill down Han Xingzi's spine, and her face showed fear. "Sect leader Chen, you really know how to joke." Han Xingzi swallowed hard and said with a dry laugh, "You can go out first. I'll go wake up Master Loying as well." Chen Mobai pointed to the end of the cave entrance. Although Han Xingzi didn't know how he had managed to avoid the restrictions, she wisely didn't ask further. It was normal for a nascent soul ancestor to have some powerful methods. After watching Han Xingzi's figure disappear, Chen Mobai transformed into a streak of silver light and vanished from the spot. But after searching the entire Chuan Yin cave, Chen Mobai still couldn't find any trace of the fallen flower immortal. This made him frown. How could such a large, living person simply disappear? Could it be that she wasn't affected by the incense and walked out on her own? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai scanned the Chuan Yin scripture here into the heavenly calculation bead, and after collecting the complete 3 Yin scriptures, he stepped out of the illusory color spirit cave. At the end of the cave entrance, Chen Mobai only saw Han Xingzi. "Where is my junior sister?" Seeing Chen Mobai come out alone, Han Xingzi asked a question with some surprise. Chen Mobai's expression turned serious. He stared at Han Xingzi for a long while until the latter's heart was pounding. Then he sighed and said, "I thought she had come out long ago since she wasn't in the cave. If you didn't see her, something must have happened to her." Upon hearing this, Han Xingzi turned deathly pale. To be able to mysteriously disappear right under the nose of a nascent soul cultivator was something far too terrifying for him. Could it be? Recalling the incense from earlier and what Chen Mobai had said, Han Xingzi stammered as she looked towards Zuyun Peak. "Let's go, now all we can do is go to the top of the mountain." When Chen Mobai said this, Teng Xianji was already issuing another warning. "That's already very clear. At the summit, there is a force that can threaten him. The mysterious disappearance of Master Loying and the sudden burning of the divine incense indicate that there must be living beings on Snow Cloud Peak. But whether he is truly the jade-shattering true lord is unknown." As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Han Xingzi hesitated. He recalled the last time they entered this frozen tomb. One of their elders from the shattered Jade Palace had passed through the waterfall and entered Snow Cloud Peak when he suddenly turned into an ice sculpture and flew down the mountain lifelessly. However, on that occasion, Master Loying sensed the energy of the Xuan Yin fruit atop the mountain, and even managed to sense it using a secret technique. "Senior, why don't you go upstairs and I'll wait for you here?" Han Xingzi finally mustered the courage to say those words. Chen Mobai glanced at him, and when the latter lowered his head in guilt, he said nothing and directly rode the flame dragon towards Snow Cloud Peak. Seeing Chen Mobai leave, Han Xingzi breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, intending to head towards the waterfall, where there was a snow path leading directly to Mirror Lake, which would allow him to return to the cave entrance opened by the mysterious Yin divine talisman. However, if he really abandons Chen Mobai in the frozen tomb and leaves alone, the Ice Heaven Three Veins will probably be overthrown by the Five Elements sect. Although this matter was to be kept secret, the nascent soul cultivators of the three major holy sites, including the moral sect, knew about it. Even if the three holy lands don't seek revenge for Chen Mobai, they will definitely inform the Five Elements sect if Chen Mobai goes missing. Thinking of this, Han Xingzi gritted her teeth, summoned the Taiyan Pearl and prepared to wait at the cave entrance. If things went wrong, she would escape. Then they'll say that sect leader Chen sacrificed himself to save him, and that his junior sister, Venerable Loyang, also perished in the tomb. They flattered the Five Elements sect, hoping that, considering they were both on the righteous path, they wouldn't go so far as to exterminate them. Just as Han Xingzi arrived at the foot of the ice crystal waterfall, a sudden earthquake shook the ground. The summit of the ancient, majestic snow-capped mountain was surrounded by a fiery dragon burning with intense heat. The thick, heavy mist on the mountaintop began to slowly dissipate under the breath of the flames, revealing a true face that had never been seen before by the three ice and heaven veins. Chapter 1206 Mountain Peak. Chapter 1206 Mountain Peak. This frozen tomb is almost at the Dharma realm. And at the very center, Snow Cloud Peak is the center of this world. Like a pillar supporting this heaven and earth, it is perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist, as if a god sits atop it, not allowing mortals to peek. Chen Mobai, however, rode the flame dragon straight up. But during his ascent, the incomparably beautiful ice crystal waterfall seemed to possess a spirit and was extremely angry at his blasphemous act. Accompanied by a burst of icy light, an ice crystal dragon, even larger and more terrifying than a fire dragon, emerged from the waterfall and roared as it charged towards Chen Mobai. In response, Chen Mobai waved his sleeve, and another fiery red dragon flew out from the pure yang immortal robe, colliding with the ice crystal dragon in midair, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. However, after the first ice dragon appeared, the waterfall seemed to come alive, and a third, emerged from it. Rumble! In an instant, the sky was filled with snow-white ice crystal dragons, bearing their fangs and claws, charging towards Chen Mobai from all directions with ferocious ferocity. However, Chen Mobai remained expressionless. At this moment, he pushed his fifth-tier pure yang immortal robe to its limit. With the infusion of vast pure yang true qi, one after another, fiery dragons surged out, transforming into a defensive array of 9 fiery dragons around him. Originally, the fourth-tier pure yang immortal robe had the array patterns of the 9 yang blazing flame array. After Chen Mobai upgraded it, this defensive array naturally also improved. This is the 9-fire flaming dragon Great Immortal formation. It is currently only at the 5th rank. If the pure yang immortal robe can be promoted to the 6th rank, then this formation will also be upgraded to the 6th rank 9-fire dragon pure yang Great Immortal formation. At that time, with every gesture, the great Tao of fire will surround you, making you impervious to all evil. Before any strange power can reach you, it will be burned into nothingness. After the 9 fiery, red dragons formed a great formation. Even the dozens of snow-white ice dragons that surged out from the ice crystal waterfall could not break through Chen Mobai's defenses, and could not even make him feel the extreme cold. However, although he was unaffected, this frozen tomb began to crumble and crack under the collision of the 2 great paths of ice and fire. Han Xingzi, who was just about to escape at the foot of the mountain, felt his body shake violently. Unable to fly, he could only try to rush towards an open area, while holding the Taiyan Pearl above his head to resist the rocks and snow that kept falling from the sky. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already resonated the 6 pure yang sets, raising the power of the pure yang immortal robe to higher level. The peak 5th order 9-fire dragon immortal formation suddenly erupted, and the scorching high temperature melted the dozens of snow-white ice dragons that were trying to block him from rising to the mountaintop into water, causing a violent storm to fall on this land. Chen Mobai, however, soared upwards, riding a colossal fiery red dragon formed by the fusion of 9 fiery dragons. He broke through numerous restrictions, evaporated the ice and snow, and circled the mountaintop, his blazing breath lifting the mountaintop, which was so dense it was almost as if it were submerged in a sea of fog. On the snowy peak, invisible to all, stands a magnificent ice palace, seemingly carved from a single massive ice crystal, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the pure light of the snow and the firelight of the fiery dragon. The entire palace shimmered with a dazzling diamond-like light. It was domed, with a brilliant ice-blue gemstone set at the top, radiating moonlight, coldness, and chilling energy, enveloping the entire snow cloud peak and the frozen tomb. Chen Mobai's eyes flickered as he saw the interior of the ice palace. It was an ice-blue world with all sorts of intricate and mysterious patterns carved on the walls. But at the very center was a rectangular ice coffin. Around the coffin knelt jade sculptures of wolf heads and human bodies, clad in jade armor, as if they were guards. The entire palace is a tomb. No wonder it's called the Frozen Tomb. The ice coffin was blank on all four sides, but a blue moon pattern was carved on the lid. Near the entrance of the hall was an altar with candlesticks and a vermilion incense stick. The slender incense stick was lit at the top, emitting a familiar, cool fragrance. This is exactly the incense that Han Xingzi mentioned. Just as Chen Mobai was about to observe more closely, he noticed that Tangshan Zhai had begun to issue a warning. At the same moment, the ice coffin also began to tremble continuously, and the coffin lid opened a crack, releasing an incomparably terrifying power of the Great Tao, which spread out and suppressed the entire snow cloud peak. Han Xingzi had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt the Taiyan pearl above his head begin to go out of control. Then, in his shocked and heartbroken gaze, it flew towards the top of the snow mountain like a bright moon. At this moment, the temperature inside the entire frozen tomb began to drop drastically. Everything that Han Xingzi could see began to freeze, and even the stones on the mountain walls were cracked by the frost. This power of the great Tao of ice collided violently with the nine-fire dragon immortal array on Chen Mobai's body, causing the void to distort and freeze. A few breaths later, the fiery dragon that had been breathing out flames around the mountaintop was extinguished. As the cold, icy blue power of the great Tao surged out from the hall, the dragon began to shrink and be compressed. Chen Mobai's expression turned solemn. This meant that the being in the ice coffin had at least the peak of the nascent soul stage in the great Tao of ice, and might even have reached the 6th level. No wonder it was able to trigger the warning from Tangshanji. Just as Chen Mobai was about to unleash the Yuanyang sword, the ice-blue gemstone at the top of the palace emitted a cold, brilliant light. The wolf-headed, human-bodied ice sculptures that had been kneeling around the ice coffin seemed to come alive, opening their dark green eyes and looking at him. Roar! With a roar, 12 wolf-headed, human-bodied ice sculptures roared and flew out of the palace, accompanied by a blizzard rushing towards Chen Mobai. Despite these petty tricks, Chen Mobai remained unfazed. A golden sword light flashed in the sky, instantly slicing through all the ice sculptures that were rushing towards him. With a cracking sound, all the ice sculptures were split in two, their dark green eyes dimmed, and they plummeted down the mountain. Just when Chen Mobai thought he had dealt with the noisy guards, the howls of wolves suddenly rang out again. Then, to his astonishment, the ice sculpture that had been cleaved open by the Yuanyang sword suddenly glowed with an icy blue light at the wound, and then miraculously fused and reconnected itself. This scene felt somewhat familiar to Chen Mobai. The wolf-headed, human-bodied ice sculpture, roaring again, pounced from midair, unleashing a sharp, icy blade of ice, only to be easily reduced to a shower of snowflakes by Chengping's sword from the Yuanyang sword. The first ice sculpture that lunged at them was also enveloped by Chen Mobai's newly formed nine-fire dragon, melted into water, and finally evaporated into water vapor. I originally thought that this would stop the resurrection. But something unexpected happened to Chen Mobai. The evaporated water vapor seemed to flow backwards, transforming back into an identical ice sculpture on the spot. This scene finally made Chen Mobai realize what was happening. He finally understood what familiarity felt like. This is the eternal power of the pure Yang Dao. Of course, judging from the scene of the frozen tomb, it is clear that this is definitely not the pure Yang path, but can only be the corresponding pure Yin path. It must be the being buried in the ice coffin who comprehended the great principles of ice and snow and pure yin. Before burying himself in life, he used these principles to create a guardian to prevent anyone from going up the mountain and entering the palace to disturb his tranquility. If it were any other nascent soul true monarch, they would indeed have no way to deal with such an indestructible guard who could regenerate indefinitely. But Chen Mobai is different. Having learned the principle behind the infinite resurrection of the wolf-headed, human-bodied ice sculpture guards, he immediately summoned the pure Yang cauldron. Under the radiance of the pure Yang Dao, the 12 ice sculpture guards that rushed towards him were instantly enveloped. In an instant, all those beings who could be reborn even after being dismembered by a sixth order, Yuan Yang sword began to wail and disintegrate. As strands of azure light were neutralized and evaporated by the pure Yang Dao, Chen Mobai once again wielded the Yuan Yang sword and unleashed a strike. A flash of golden light, a cracking sound, and all the ice sculpture guards were beheaded once again. But this time, they could not be resurrected. Their dark green eyes lost all their life force and crashed down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, because of the earth-shaking tremors, the entire frozen tomb began to change violently, and the omnipresent ice spiritual energy became extremely chaotic. After losing the Taiyan Pearl, every step Han Xingzi took away from Zuyuan Peak was extremely difficult. He had just dodged a rock that was falling from the sky when he saw ice blocks raining down from the mountaintop. Thud, thud, thud. Han Xingzi was agile and nimble, dodging all the falling ice blocks. During the process, he saw the shape of the ice blocks and couldn't help but open his mouth wide in shock. These wolf god guardians were repeatedly instructed by the founder of the Ice Heaven 3 lineages in his last words. Before Han Xingzi, all 3 lineages had nascent soul cultivators who went to Snow Cloud Peak and even worshipped the ice coffin. On one occasion, the worship was not performed with sufficient sincerity. One of the kneeling wolf god guardians awoke and broke the ancestor's legs, causing him to bleed to death while kneeling before the ice coffin, nearly resulting in the dissipation of his nascent soul. There were 5 other nascent soul cultivators traveling with them at the time. Even with the combined efforts of 6 nascent soul cultivators, they were unable to defeat this wolf god guardian that could resurrect infinitely. From then on, every Ice Heaven 3 cultivators who could come to Snow Cloud Peak would kneel down and worship in the most devout manner. But now, Han Xingzi saw that these wolf god guards had been cut in half and crashed down in front of him. He counted them carefully, and there were exactly 12 wolf heads. This means that the wolf god guardians, whom the Ice Heaven 3 lineages considered absolutely invincible, have all been reduced to the past under the sword of sect leader Chen of the 5 Elements sect. Is this the power of the number 1 nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern continent? At this thought, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in Han Xingzi's heart. The existence of the frozen tombs is both the foundation of their Ice and Heaven 3 veins and their constraint. If sect leader Chen of the 5 Elements sect can resolve the ice coffin atop Snow Cloud Peak, wouldn't that mean that all the resources here will be available to the Ice Heaven 3 lineages in the future? Of the 3 branches of the Ice Heaven sect, the Ice Heaven Palace had long since ceased to exist in name only after the death of Master Bingyun, and now Master Loying of the Snow Mountain sect has also disappeared. His shattered Jade Palace could completely reunite and integrate the 3 sects that had been divided for so long. With the addition of the ancient medicinal herbs from this tomb, we might be able to negotiate with sect leader Chen and exchange them for the true spirit pill of sainthood. Just as Han Xingzi was thinking about the bright future, a blue moon suddenly rose above Zuyuan Peak. Then a bone-chilling cold, which made him feel frozen and his mind go blank, spread from the mountaintop. Han Xingzi struggled to circulate the Taiyan scripture, barely managing to escape his frozen body by relying on the same source of true energy. However, without the protection of his physical body, his nascent soul dared not leave. It could only sit upright on its head, summoning its natal magic weapon to desperately resist the freezing cold. Is this the realm where the supreme Yin ancestor froze the void? Han Xingzi's mind flashed back to the contents recorded in the sect's classic texts. As the only ascended cultivator in the icy and snowy land, when Jia Yin ascended, he froze the 9 heavenly tribulations one by one in front of all the nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly river realm. This was recorded by the Wuqingjai and regarded as an unprecedented spectacle in the realm. Thinking of this, Han Xingzi's nascent soul looked up at the blue moon above Snow Cloud Peak, and then he saw an even more astonishing scene. Suddenly, 2 cracks appeared in the void beneath the blue moon, as if a giant hidden in the sky had opened its eyes, and the blue moon was the mark between its brows. Those enormous eyes, like the purest, deepest blue gemstones, exuded endless indifference and icy chill. "Who are you, daring to awaken me from my slumber?" Cold words echoed from the coffin within the Snow Cloud Palace, and Chen Mobai sensed a power, seemingly surpassing the peak of the nascent soul stage, awakening within him. However, to his relief, although the surrounding void was frozen, he did not have the feeling of complete control that a void refinement cultivator would have. In other words, the opponent before us is not Lion Su. In that case, we can have a fight. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit directly merged the power of the pure yang set into itself, transforming it back into a golden jewel. After revealing its true form, the pure yang pearl rose into the sky, growing larger and larger, evolving the nine heavens primordial yang purple extreme form of the primordial yang ancestor to its ultimate form. A great sun with purple rays blooming at its edges appeared in the frozen tomb, its scorching heat capable of burning everything, level with the blue moon. Looking down from the mountain, Han Xingzi saw that above Zuyuan Peak, the blazing sun and the icy blue moon shone brightly, two completely different and mutually restraining forces of the great Tao, which began to collide directly without fear. Rumble! In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in, the mountains and seas dried up, and all living things in the frozen tomb were silenced. Chapter 12, 07 Female Cultivator. Chapter 12, 07 Female Cultivator. The second primordial spirit manifested the nine heavens primordial yang purple extreme form in the frozen tomb. Combined with the pure yang set, its strength was equivalent to the rebirth of the most powerful primordial yang ancestor. In the most direct clash of the great Tao, this Dharma form unleashed terrifying heat. Han Xingzi, who had been frozen stiff, suddenly felt a warm current flowing over him, and his body began to warm up and regain sensation. But his joy was short-lived, as he soon discovered that his skin was starting to dry out and crack, indicating that the temperature inside the frozen tomb had soared to extremely high levels. Han Xingzi's nascent soul was shocked. Although he had long known that this sect leader Chen of the Five Elements sect was the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern continent, the scene before him was still unbelievable. It is important to know that the core of the entire frozen tomb is their sixth-order grand formation of ice and snow. On this formation, cultivators who practice the three yin scripture can take advantage of the terrain and unleash 120% of their power, while others can only unleash 80% at most. Furthermore, the great Tao of fire is naturally restrained by the three yin extinction formation, which reduces the power by another 20%. But even under these circumstances, the great sun Dharma form that Chen Mobai manifested actually showed a tendency to burn down this frozen tomb. If this were outside the tomb, what would happen? Chen Mobai in the sky had already unleashed the full power of the nine heavens primordial yang purple extreme phase, and the reason he was able to suppress his opponent on the field was because he was not weakened by the power of the frozen tomb. If he can only unleash 60% of his strength, he definitely won't be a match for him. He used the pure Yang Dao to permanently solidify his nine heavens primordial Yang purple extreme form. However, just as he could use the pure Yang Dao to neutralize the pure Yin Dao, the being in the coffin could also use the pure Yin Dao to counteract him. As the two sides clashed and tested each other, the two great Dao forces of pure Yang and pure Yin were constantly tug-of-war and wearing each other down. It was a matter of who could hold on first and who would have their eternal realm broken. At that point, we'll be at the mercy of our opponents. However, Chen Mobai used the Fangkun book to calculate, and found that it was very likely that his pure Yang Dao power would be exhausted first. After all, he had only been a nascent soul cultivator for a few decades, and his accumulation was not much. Moreover, he could only draw upon and refine the power of the great Tao by painstakingly controlling the Tao fruit or entrusting his primordial spirit to it. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had a solid foundation when he formed his nascent soul, condensing 108 strands of true energy. His speed in cultivating and refining the great Tao was several times faster than those in the heavenly river realm who achieved it quickly. Moreover, as the most practical Tao, he usually focused most of his energy on the pure Yang Tao, except for cultivating saintly virtue with his true body. He also had his second primordial spirit reside in the primordial spirit, thus accumulating quite a bit of merit. However, these advantages are certainly a drop in the ocean when facing an old monster with thousands of years of history. Therefore, Chen Mobai knew that the only way to end this battle was to fight quickly. Before that, he still wanted to see if he could resolve the issue with words. I apologize for unintentionally disturbing you this time. However, A female cultivator who came in with me has mysteriously disappeared. I searched the entire frozen tomb with my divine sense, but I couldn't find her here. I wonder if she is with you." In response, the mysterious entity within the coffin sneered, "Consider it as if I kidnapped her. What are you going to do about it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that the only way for the two of them to win was through a battle of strength. Within the confines of the book, a battle plan had already been devised. He shifted his Dharma form and looked towards the blue moon in midair. He had already recognized it as the Taiyan pearl in Han Xingzi's hand. But now, under the control of the being within the coffin, it has shed its mortal appearance, revealing the true face of the Tao fruit and freezing the void. In addition, the ice blue gem at the top of the palace is clearly also a Tao fruit, but it is unknown whether it is Xuan Yin or Shao Yin. While resisting the pure yin power surging forth from his opponent, Chen Mobai fused the nine heavens primordial yang purple extreme phase with the primordial yang sword and began to truly fight against the mysterious being in the coffin. A purple ray of light burst forth from the edge of the great sun, carrying the power to shatter all laws with a single sword strike, and descended upon the palace atop Snow Cloud Peak. The icy blue gemstone instantly unleashed the power of the ice and snow avenue, transforming into a crystal-clear hexagonal snowflake, like a thin yet resilient shield, blocking the purple rays. However, the sword aura enhanced by the Yuan Yang sword cannot be resisted by ordinary defensive methods. With a cracking sound, the glistening snowflakes, like ice cracked by a footstep, crumbled and melted in the blink of an eye. But the moment the snowflakes shattered, they condensed the endless ice spiritual energy of the frozen tomb, transforming into even more crystalline snowflakes, like falling snow, covering the unstoppable purple sword aura piece by piece. Soon, Chen Mobai felt that the sword energy he had unleashed no longer had any effect. It was as if it had been completely frozen, and all the sword intent and spirituality had been annihilated. Despite the opponent's strong defenses, Chen Mobai remained unfazed. This sword strike was merely a test. Being blocked was expected. But what if there were thousands upon thousands of swords? With this thought, the Yuan Yang sword flew out from the great sun, circled the nine heavens Yuan Yang purple extreme form once, and then all the purple rays at the edge of the form burst forth, transforming into a dense sea of purple swords in midair, which swept down towards Snow Cloud Peak. Faced with this move, the being inside the coffin could no longer remain still. With a loud bang, the coffin lid opened. A female cultivator, clad in icy jade armor, with skin as white as snow and a face as cold as frost, appeared in Chen Mobai's eyes. Chen Mobai sensed neither life nor death in her. This female cultivator seemed to be in a mysterious state of neither life nor death, and it was unknown which great Tao power she possessed. But at least, Chen Mobai's pure Yang scroll didn't show any particularly active reaction. This means that the opponent is not in a state of disintegration. What's going on? Chen Mobai was puzzled. In his opinion, the fact that the Jade True Monarch could survive for thousands of years meant that she must have practiced the demonic corpse disintegration technique. In that case, as long as her true form could be forced out, the power of the pure Yang scroll could be used to activate the Yuan Yang sword and kill her in one blow. But the scene before him meant that his battle plan could not be carried out. In an instant, Chen Mobai switched to the backup plan. The female cultivator, clad in icy jade armor, thrust out a palm strike, and the gem atop the palace instantly fell into her hand, transforming into a terrifying icy current that swept towards the sea of purple swords falling from the sky. Amidst a series of creaking sounds, streaks of purple light froze as they fell, solidifying above the palace like purple ice sculptures. But at this moment, Chen Mobai had already unleashed a truly deadly sword strike. The sixth-tier Yuan Yang sword, after absorbing the power of the second primordial spirit and the pure Yang set, transformed into a brilliant golden thread, as if cutting through the rosy light of heaven and earth. In an instant, it cleaved through all the cold currents and pierced into the top of the female cultivator's head. With a loud bang, the female cultivator's head, the only part not covered by the frost jade armor, was immediately embedded by the Yuan Yang sword. However, even this sixth-order sword was stuck by her hard skull and could not be cut off any further. Moreover, no blood flowed from the wound. Boom! At this moment, Chen Mobai also sensed a bone-chilling power of the great Tao erupting from the female cultivator's body through the Yuan Yang sword, attempting to freeze and solidify his holy virtue great Tao. Although the great Tao of sacred virtue is an innate great Tao, it is not a great Tao of destruction or killing fortune, and its destructive power is insufficient. But it's more than enough to protect itself. The icy power of the great Tao within the female cultivator's body was completely unable to freeze the yuan-yang sword, which was reinforced by the great Tao of holy virtue. She seemed to feel no pain, and without changing her expression, she reached out and grasped the blade embedded in her skull, pulling it out forcefully. Then, to Chen Mobai's astonishment, the sword wound on her skull began to slowly heal. The reason it was slow was because he had also added the power of the pure Yang Dao to the Yuan-Yang sword. However, after being worn down by the pure Yin Dao, her injuries were healed. I think I understand now. You used ice and snow or the pure Yin Dao to freeze yourself in this state, freezing life and death. Chen Mobai's word caused the female cultivator's expression to change for the first time. You must die here today. As she spoke, the blue moon fell from the sky and reflected on her pale brow. The moment the Taiyan fruit entered her body, her qi began to rise endlessly. Although she had not yet broken through to the void refinement stage, it had already far surpassed the peak of the divine transformation stage. If Chen Mobai were to describe his opponents using the analogy of those he had encountered, they would probably be equivalent to an old dragon standing atop the Xuanhai Sea, adorned with the Dingyuan Zhenhai pearl. Such an opponent certainly warrants a warning from Tengxianji. Since that's the case, Chen Mobai has decided to go all out. With a thought, the Yuan-Yang sword flew back into the Nine Heavens Yuan-Yang purple extreme form, then transformed back into the form of the second primordial spirit, floating in midair. Seeing Chen Mobai's actions, the female cultivator also became solemn and decided to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. She would take advantage of the terrain of the frozen tomb and the continuous power of the great Tao from the sixth order array to suppress and grind down her opponent. But at this moment, Chen Mobai's whole body radiated silver light, and holding the Yuan-Yang sword, he stepped out into the void in front of him. Then, to the female cultivator's astonishment, Chen Mobai's figure vanished into the distance. She searched the entire frozen tomb with her divine sense, but found no trace of Chen Mobai. At this moment, she remembered that the power that had frozen the void dissipated the instant she entered the Taiyan pearl into her body. Is this person from the Taixu Palace? He vanished through the void and escaped. After realizing what was happening, the female cultivator's expression turned cold, and she immediately activated the frozen tomb, stepping into the long-lost heavenly river realm. Outside the frozen tomb, Chen Mobai saw the female cultivator appear, and his expression showed slight surprise. I told you, you will die today. Hearing the female cultivator's cold words, Chen Mobai smiled slightly. Then another Chen Mobai appeared above the female cultivator's head, holding a large bell and smashing it down. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, 08 Ascension Spiritual Light. Chapter 12, 08 Ascension Spiritual Light. When the 6th grade superior level Hunyuan bell struck, even the female cultivator couldn't help but change color. Her entire body was covered in icy jade armor, which emitted a deep blue light. The surrounding void was instantly frozen, and the falling Hunyuan bell began to slow down, but it was still falling. Although the icy and snowy land is also a sacred place in the eastern continent, it does not have a powerful magical artifact that can rival the Hunyuan bell. Realizing this, the female cultivator hesitated, already intending to retreat to the frozen tomb. Inside the tomb, she could rely on the 3 yin extinction formation left by the extreme yin ancestor to gain a geographical advantage and resist the primordial bell. However, just as she took a step, Chen Mobai's true form waved his hand and, taking advantage of her efforts to block the Hunyuan bell, unleashed his Dharma realm. In an instant, the world changed, and the female cultivator suddenly found herself on a barren land with a 5-colored sky. The female cultivator looked surprised and doubtful. She tried to activate the power of her Tao fruit to open the frozen tomb and return, but found that she could not sense it. Where is this place? The female cultivator was finally shocked. She had traveled all over the world in her life, but she had never encountered such a situation before. You should know that she has another refined Tao fruit in the frozen tomb, and as long as she is still in the heavenly river realm, she can sense it. But now, that connection has been completely severed. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Dharma realm. 2 Chen Mobais descended from the sky, landing on either side of the female cultivator. The one on the left, holding the Hunyuan bell, smiled and said the following. It's actually the Dharma realm. You really are a nascent soul cultivator from the Void Palace. After hearing this, the female cultivator retrieved the term from her distant memories. This is one of the supreme divine abilities of the Taixu Misty Palace. However, when she roamed the heavenly river realm, that generation had not yet achieved the nascent soul stage, so they had not thought of this aspect at all. Upon learning that it was the Dharma realm, the female cultivator confirmed Chen Mobai's identity and background, and her expression became solemn. As a sacred land in the Central Plains, the Taixu Misty Palace is the most powerful force in the heavenly river realm, boasting a double-digit number of nascent soul true monarchs at its peak. Even in such a powerful holy land, only a handful of people have mastered the Dharma realm, which means they are truly powerful individuals who have received the true teachings of the Great Void. No, I am the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect of the Eastern Continent. When traveling, he always reveals his own identity, and Chen Mobai always tells the truth. But the female cultivator frowned upon hearing this and shook her head directly. 5 Elements sect, never heard of it. May I ask if you are the true lord of Shattered Jade? Chen Mobai wasn't angry about this. Instead, he asked, if it really is the Broken Jade true monarch, then she wasn't even born the One Yuan true monarch at that time. That was my Buddhist name when I was alive. After learning about Chen Mobai's strength, the female cultivator was willing to talk. Before death, fellow Taoist, you have indeed reached the end of your lifespan, but from what I see, you don't seem to be using the method of corpse dissolution to remain in this world. It seems you have found another path to immortality. The female cultivator did not respond to Chen Mobai's question, which clearly touched upon her deepest secret. Since you are unwilling to say more, then we shall have to settle this with our skills. As Chen Mobai spoke, he had already taken control of the Dharma realm, transforming the environment around the female cultivator into a volcanic eruption form that best restrained her. With a deafening roar, the earth suddenly split open, and scorching hot magma erupted from the depths of the earth like a pillar of fire, engulfing the female cultivator. However, in just a few breaths, the magma, which was enough to melt the mountains, had already frozen into blocks. With a cracking sound, the female cultivator emerged from the frozen lava with an icy expression and shouted coldly at Chen Mobai, "Even if you have mastered the Dharma realm, you will still die today." As she spoke, she swung her hand and slashed. A deep blue moonlight like a blade, carrying an icy chill that could freeze everything, fell before Chen Mobai. Seeing this, the second primordial spirit activated the Yuan-Yang sword technique and unleashed the Changping sword intent. The brilliant golden sword light and the deep blue moonlight collided in the sky, creating a roar of ice and fire in the Dharma realm, freezing one side of the sky and dyeing the other half with golden red light. However, after the female cultivator's first strike, she unleashed 3 more strikes in quick succession. Within the chill that freezes everything, there seems to be a life force that brings everything back to life, which shows that she has a very deep understanding of the Great Tao. Like Chen Mobai, she possesses multiple powers of the Great Tao, which have been perfectly integrated and transformed into a powerful divine ability that is most suitable for her. Chen Mobai didn't even think about using the Yuan-Yang sword technique to compete with the female cultivator. He directly summoned the 1 Yuan avatar from the Hunyuan Dao fruit. With a clang, the deep, resonant sound of the bell echoed throughout the Dharma realm. Only in the hands of the One Incarnation can the power of the primordial bell be fully unleashed. Although the female cultivator's attributes, such as ice and pure yin, are not within the 5 elements, they were still suppressed by the Hunyuan bell. The 3 deep blue moonshine blades had just reached Chen Mobai when they were annihilated by the power of the primordial Tao, transforming into the purest 5 elements qi, which merged into the void surrounding the Dharma realm. What kind of avenue is this? Seeing this, the female cultivator couldn't help but ask a question. This is the primordial Tao passed down by our sect's founder, true Lord Yiyuan. If it weren't for you, fellow Taoist, opening up the eastern wilderness, I might not have achieved what I have today. Chen Mobai suddenly remembered something and said with some emotion, "The eastern wilderness, there are holy sites there too." The female cultivator understood Chen Mobai's meaning after hearing his words and was slightly surprised. Indeed, the eastern wilderness is the place where our sect rose to prominence. Our sect's founder, true monarch Yiyuan, was a descendant of the pioneering cultivators. He obtained the inheritance of the ancient longevity sect in the eastern wilderness, eventually mastered the primordial Tao, ascended to the void realm, and left behind our lineage. Chen Mobai briefly explained the origins of the Five Elements sect, but omitted the details about the One Yuan Tao Palace. If I had known this would happen, I should have smashed the eastern wilderness to pieces with one palm back then. The female cultivator, however, had an icy expression and said this. It seems you truly intend to fight me to the death, fellow Taoist. Upon hearing her response, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. He was still mindful of the friendship he had built with true Lord Suyu in suppressing the locust plague and opening up the eastern wilderness, and thought he might try to have a good talk with her to avoid war. But it seemed that she was very confident in herself and did not give him any face at all, directly ignoring the way he offered. Having read this far, Chen Mobai no longer held back. The One Yuan avatar directly unleashed the power of the primordial chaos bell, a magical artifact. Amidst the clanging and jingling sounds, a gray stream of energy surged from the edge of the jade bell, carrying a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all things, and fell towards the female cultivator. After leaving Zixil Palace, Chen Mobai's understanding of the Great Tao reached a new level. The Hunyuan Bell also benefits from this, and is able to unleash even greater power. Now that Chen Mobai and the old dragon are fighting again, he feels he can kill him much faster. However, the female cultivator before him had attempted to cultivate the void realm in her previous life, so he did not let his guard down. With this attack, he had already brought the One Yuan avatar to its peak. However, the female cultivator remained calm in the face of his move. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together at her chest, forming a mysterious hand seal. As Yin Yicheng emerged, a deep blue, almost silver-black light suddenly shone from the blue moon between her brows. Then, as if some seal had been broken, a terrifying power of the Great Tao, which even made Chen Mobai change color, surged out and merged with the female cultivator's body, which was covered in ice jade armor, and suddenly broke through the boundary. With a whoosh, the void of the Dharma realm began to twist and tremble with the female cultivator's breath. This is a struggle for control of the void. As the lord of the Dharma realm, Chen Mobai certainly possesses absolute control over the void of the Dharma realm. However, if a cultivator at the void refinement stage enters it, this control will be shaken. If he himself is also at the void refining realm, then naturally there is no such problem. However, Chen Mobai's cultivation level was only at the nascent soul stage, so after the female cultivator unleashed the power of the void refinement stage, the void of the Dharma realm began to shake. If Chen Mobai had not already comprehended the great Tao of void, and was also a void spirit body, he would probably have already been stripped of control by his opponent. Even so, Chen Mobai felt he couldn't hold on for long. You've already reached the void refinement stage, why haven't you ascended? While pondering a way to break the deadlock, he spoke to the female cultivator. I have my reasons for not ascending to immortality, and you have no right to know them. All you need to know is that you are about to die. After the female cultivator released the seal on the Tao fruit, she felt the unprecedented vast Tao power within her body, and her eyes became exceptionally cold. She raised her right hand and punched the falling Hunyuan bell. A muffled clang. The power of the primordial Tao was blasted away, and the primordial bell also trembled and flew back. However, the female cultivator didn't fare any better. Her arm was broken off. But she didn't care at all. After straightening her right hand with her other hand, the power of the pure Yin Tao strengthened it, and it returned to a completely intact state. Seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that today's battle was definitely over. Fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding. No sooner had he said this than the female cultivator charged toward him with a cold laugh. Having just witnessed her shake the Hunyuan bell with her bare hands, Chen Mobai dared not let her get close. He immediately used his magical power to move his true body to another location. During this process, Chen Mobai had already come up with a way to deal with the female cultivator. Although the Dharma realm is powerful, you are only at the nascent soul stage. Today I will freeze your Dharma realm completely, turning this place into your tomb. The female cultivator had fought against the nascent soul cultivator of the Taeksumisti Palace before she died. She knew that if someone from this lineage wanted to escape, she could only predict their teleportation route in advance and use the power of the Great Tao to freeze them in order to possibly block them. But in that case, if the prediction fails, the opponent can escape thousands of miles away. Therefore, she planned to use a wide-range freezing technique to completely freeze the entire Dharma realm along with the void, so that Chen Mobai would have no chance to escape. As she spoke, the blue moon mark between the female cultivators' brows detached and transformed into a blue moon. With each breath, freezing power surged forth, pervading every inch and every part of the Dharma realm. But at this moment, Chen Mobai waved his hand and withdrew the Dharma realm. Squeaka! In an instant, the blue moon rose above the frigid northwest of the eastern continent, freezing all the mountains, forests, rivers, and land it illuminated, turning them into a silent, snowy world. The female cultivator stood tall and proud on the snow-white earth. When she saw Chen Mobai, who had been ejected from the frozen void and revealed his figure not far away, her eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Rumble! But at this moment, the terrifying ascension tribulation above the 9 heavens had already reacted to her existence. Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. However, the memory of Yuan Kink slaying the 3 nascent soul cultivators, including Mingzun, as easily as cutting melons and vegetables before his ascension flashed through his mind, making him tense again. When the light of ascension descends before me, I will freeze you into dust. The female cultivator clearly had the same idea. She raised her right fist and instantly teleported in front of Chen Mobai. After practicing the void, she naturally mastered various methods of using the void. Moreover, since they are not in the Dharma realm, Chen Mobai cannot compete with her in mastering the void. Even as the female cultivator's fist was about to smash into his forehead, Chen Mobai remained incredibly calm. The Hunyuan bell descended from the sky, transforming into a 2-meter diameter object, like a shooting star, enveloping the female cultivator in front of Chen Mobai before crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the deafening roar, the bell walls of the Hunyuan bell trembled continuously, and even the jade bell body was covered with a layer of frost. However, even a cultivator at the void refinement stage cannot easily break free from a 6th-grade high-quality magic weapon in a short time. Taking advantage of the time gained by the primordial bell, Chen Mobai activated the power of doom that had been born within him after annihilating Pluto. The moment the power of the final destiny surged out, the previously frozen void around them melted away in an instant. A loud clang rang out. The primordial avatar of the primordial bell could no longer hold on and was blasted away from the shattered earth. After the female cultivator lifted the Hunyuan bell, she teleported in front of Chen Mobai again and slammed a heavy punch into his forehead. But this punch missed its mark. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already disappeared from the spot. The female cultivator's eyes flashed, and the surrounding void was frozen once again. However, Chen Mobai had already taken this opportunity to escape into his own Dharma realm. By this time, the colorful sunset had already faded. This is the light of ascension. If one is shrouded in mist, one can only ascend to the immortal realm of the spirit void and undergo the 9 heavenly tribulations. However, it is clear that the female cultivator does not intend to ascend, because her void refinement realm is incomplete, and she could be reduced to ashes during the heavenly tribulation. You're lucky. The female cultivator clicked her tongue and waved her hand, intending to open the frozen tomb and hide in the 3-yin extinction array to conceal her aura while resealing her void refining realm and power. However, just as her great Tao power surged forth, her 1 yuan avatar, which had been knocked away, flew back again, riding the Hunyuan bell. With a loud clang, the primordial chaos Tao, the power of the end of time, and the void Tao erupted simultaneously. While dissolving the power of the great Tao around the female cultivator, it also resealed the newly opened void portal for a moment. In that instant, the light of ascension descended and enveloped the female cultivator's entire body. Her expression changed drastically. End of this chapter. Chapter 1209, Within the Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 1209, Within the Heavenly Tribulation. The female cultivator cursed inwardly and smashed the Hunyuan bell away with a heavy punch. However, even with her current void refinement level power, this 6th-grade high-quality magic weapon could not cause any harm. The one incarnation suffered the consequences, nearly collapsing. However, upon seeing that the ascension light had already enveloped his opponent, Chen Mobai immediately dispelled his avatar and transformed back into a Tao fruit, disappearing into the Hunyuan bell. The female cultivator let out a fierce shout, and a terrifying freezing power erupted in all directions, freezing everything that could be seen. However, Chen Mobai's true form had already hidden within the Dharma realm, which was a self-contained world, unaffected by the outside world. He observed the female cultivator's condition through the divine sense he left on the primordial Tao fruit. After being enveloped in the aura of ascension, there is still a period of time to settle one's affairs, but ascension is already inevitable. The female cultivator clearly had no descendants or affairs to settle. Her only obsession now was to freeze Chen Mobai into dust. The ascension light descending from the upper realm also attracted the attention of the top nascent soul cultivators from the 5 continents and 4 seas of the heavenly river realm. When everyone realized it was Dongzhu again, they couldn't help but look surprised. After Yuan Kink, will Wuchen also ascend to immortality? That shouldn't be the case. He clearly hasn't reached the peak of the nascent soul stage yet. Could it be that Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness? But soon, all the nascent soul cultivators shook their heads. Even with astonishing combat power, and already the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern continent, the time and level of cultivation are what they are. It is absolutely impossible for them to step from nascent soul to void refinement in just a few decades. So who is it? Driven by intense curiosity, the assembled nascent soul cultivators separated their primordial spirits and ascended to the 9th heaven, preparing to witness the true face of this mysterious ascended cultivator amidst the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, on the Eastern continent, the nascent soul cultivators, including Wuchen, were filled with shock. Outsiders might not know, but how could these locals not know? No matter what level of nascent soul they are still far from reaching the void refinement stage. Both Wuchen and Dakang were in the Dongling domain. When the latter teleported to Dongling Immortal City, he saw the former holding the heaven and earth Chuanji instrument, looking towards the northwest of Dongzhu. It is the burial place of that jade, shattering true monarch in the icy and snowy land. Upon hearing Wuchen Zhenjun's words, Dakang Zhenjun was utterly shocked. She should have died long ago. How could she have lived for thousands of years? Perhaps he took some rare and precious elixir that could prolong his life by 10,000 years, or perhaps he had already cultivated to the void refinement realm and was already destined for 10,000 years. But for some special reason, he was forced to stay in the heavenly river realm. Wuchen Zhenjun shared a few guesses that came to mind. When Dakang Zhenjun heard the word delayed, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. I remember Chen Xiao went there. Could it be that he caused this? Dakang Zhenjun spoke up, saying that Chen Mobai had just communicated with him about this matter not long ago. That's right, he also told me that regardless of whether it's related to him or not, let's go to the 9th heaven and wait there. The prudent and experienced true monarch Wuchen did not intend to go directly to the northwestern part of the eastern continent, which was shrouded in the light of ascension. After all, it was not certain whether the ascended beings were friends or foes. On the contrary, during the 9 heavens tribulation, ascending cultivators are definitely safe, because they need to conserve all their power to overcome the tribulation. Should we wait for the others? True monarch Dakang nodded. Ascension only happens once every few thousand years, but in the last 100 years, it has occurred twice in the eastern continent, which made him feel very fortunate. No one at the nascent soul stage would miss such an opportunity. Na Yuan is the main protector of Yi Qing's transformation into a god, and I have assigned Shengxi to guard the mountain gate to prevent any demons or thieves from causing trouble at this time. Wuchen shook his head, saying that it was just the 2 of them. Upon hearing this, true monarch Dakang immediately activated the ring on his wrist, teleporting them to the heavenly gang. The heavenly tribulation was far too dangerous, so for the sake of safety, he did not use a void technique to enter. And at the scene of the incident, after venting her anger for a while, the female cultivator finally calmed down. She looked coldly at the jade bell hanging in midair not far away and clenched her fists. But after the bombardment, the Hunyuan bell remained completely undamaged. She didn't waste any more energy. After being enveloped in the light of ascension, she was already in the sight of the spirit void immortal realm. Even if she hid in the frozen tomb, the 3-yin extinction array could no longer conceal her. Realizing that her impulsive act had resulted in her having to undergo the 9 heavens tribulation, the female cultivator felt remorseful. If I had known this would happen, I would have pretended not to know and just lay asleep in the ice coffin. But by then, it was too late for regrets. Since we cannot avoid it, let us face the tribulation head-on. Having cultivated to the void refinement realm, the female cultivator was a person of firm will, and she adjusted her mindset in the blink of an eye. However, since she still had some time, she still went back to the frozen tomb. Chen Mobai, who was hiding inside the Hunyuan Bell, was surprised by her behavior, but he certainly didn't dare to follow her in and could only wait. The female cultivator quickly stepped out, glanced coldly at the primordial bell, and then followed the ascending spiritual light towards the ninth heaven. Without hesitation, Chen Mobai immediately rode the Hunyuan Bell to follow. But just as he took off, he was punched away by a female cultivator who suddenly stopped halfway. Chen Mobai, who had flown far away, cursed inwardly, remembering this debt, but dared not follow too closely. Only after the female cultivator broke through the heavenly gang and entered the heavenly tribulation did he crash into the ninth heavenly tribulation from another direction. Young friend, you've come too. As luck would have it, just as Chen Mobai was riding the Hunyuan Bell into the room, he heard the words of true monarch Wuchen. The latter was standing with true monarch Dakong and waving at him. Seniors, I won't be coming. I just had a fierce fight with that old hag Su Yu and finally managed to send her to heaven. But she's petty and holds grudges. If she sees me with you, she might risk her ascension to deal with us. Chen Mobai gave a brief account of what had happened. Wuchen and Dakong, though shocked, acted swiftly, immediately controlling their primordial spirits to distance themselves from Chen Mobai. Young friend, take care. After saying this, true monarch Dakong pulled true monarch Wuchen into the second heavenly tribulation. These two seniors are far too timid. Although it was Chen Mobai who brought it up, seeing how fast the two of them ran, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Because he was knocked away by true monarch's shattered jade halfway, he arrived relatively late, while the latter had already easily passed the first tribulation of lightning. A chilling cold still lingers. After obtaining the Hunyuan Bell, Chen Mobai also entered the nine heavens tribulation several times. In addition to condensing the pure chi of the nine heavens, he was also able to help temper the Hunyuan Bell. With his own cultivation level, he could at most only linger within the first level of the heavenly tribulation. But relying on the primordial bell, he could easily traverse the first three levels of the heavenly tribulation. Having found a weak point, it crashed into the second tribulation, whereupon raging flames rushed towards it. Chen Mobai saw the broken jade true monarch clad in icy jade armor, with a blue moon rising from between his brows, using overwhelming icy power to step through the final fire tribulation. When the primordial bell entered, it was naturally noticed by the true monarch of broken jade. However, during the heavenly tribulation, she dared not waste a single bit of power, so she merely glared at it fiercely before rushing into the third heavenly tribulation. Chen Mobai saw many primordial spirit avatars here, which were obviously top-tier nascent soul cultivators from all over the world. When the crowd saw him, they were filled with curiosity. His iconic primordial bell made them all realize that he was the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern continent, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. However, now is not the time for conversation. Watching the ascension is the most important thing. After exchanging glances, one after another, the primordial spirit Dharma images rushed into the third heavenly tribulation. But when they entered, they found that true Lord Su Yu was calm and relaxed. Because this tribulation is a tribulation of ice. Not only did it fail to hinder true monarch's shattered jade, it even helped her recover from the depletion she had suffered during the previous two tribulations, and it also gave her a deeper understanding of the great Tao of Frost. As soon as Chen Mobai rode in on the Hunyuan Bell, the cold gaze of the broken jade true monarch fell upon him. Chen Mobai understood perfectly. He immediately retreated into the second level of heavenly tribulation half an hour later, and once the fist came, he immediately retreated into the fire tribulation. He didn't believe that true monarch's shattered jade would dare to risk failing his ascension and chase after him. This action caused the jade-broken true monarch, who was just about to make a move, to snort coldly. As Chen Mobai predicted, ascension was of utmost importance in the eyes of all cultivators in the heavenly river realm. You are a nascent soul cultivator from the 5 Elements sect of the Eastern Wilderness. I have remembered the Taoist name of your sect's founder, Yi Yuan. When I arrive at the spirit void immortal realm, I will let your founder bear the grudge of this junior. As her ascension light continued to rise, true monarch's shattered jade could no longer linger in the frosty heavenly tribulation. The upcoming tribulation was beyond the comprehension of a nascent soul cultivator, so before leaving, she left Chen Mobai with these harsh words. HMPH, you can't even kill me, yet you dare to go after my sect's first ancestor. If you want to die, you can go directly to the Eastern Azure Flower Longevity Celestial Venerable, the source of my sect's lineage. Upon hearing what the broken jade True Lord said, Chen Mobai was secretly delighted, and, in addition to mentioning the One Yuan True Lord, also directly announced the name of the Heavenly Venerable. Even if True Monarch Shattered Jade were to overcome the 9 heavens tribulation and successfully ascend, he would not consider him a match for True Monarch One Yuan. However, since True Lord Shattered Jade was older than True Lord One Yuan, and there was also Ancestor Extreme Yin in the Spirit Void Immortal Realm, Chen Mobai was afraid that True Lord One Yuan would be outnumbered, so he immediately found an even bigger backer. Upon hearing the name of the Celestial Venerable, True Lord Shattered Jade indeed fell silent. Although she was very confident in herself, she was still no match for such ancient and powerful beings. You better not ascend. After leaving behind these final words, True Lord Shattered Jade was enveloped in the light of ascension and plunged into the 4th heavenly tribulation. This level is beyond the reach of a nascent soul cultivator. However, Chen Mobai still saw the 3 primordial spirit Dharma images and then crashed into them. End of this chapter. Chapter 12:10, Southern Continent God Transformation. Chapter 12:10, Southern Continent God Transformation. Who are these 3 esteemed individuals? Chen Mobai pointed to the 3 primordial spirit avatars that had entered the 4th heavenly tribulation and asked the distant true monarch Wuchen via telepathy. Although he was already the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the Eastern Continent, he was someone who didn't like to go out. The nascent soul cultivators outside the Eastern Continent had only heard of his name but didn't know who he was. The Supreme Palace's Shangyuan True Lord and the Qingwei Sword Sect's Taijing Taoist are also the 2 top swordsmen in the Heavenly River realm. The other one is the true spirit descendant of Du Guang and Nanju, the clan chief Feng Qingshu. Besides these 3, there are actually a few others who could also enter the 4th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, such as the Taixu Immortal of the Taixu Misty Palace and the Hyoran Yiki Immortal of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest, etc. But these few don't like to join in the fun. There's also the Heavenly Spirit True Monarch, who also stepped into the 4th level a few days ago, although he quickly withdrew. Knowing that Chen Mobai had only recently achieved the nascent soul stage and was not very familiar with the top experts in the Heavenly River realm, True Monarch Wuchen took this opportunity to introduce them one by one. After listening, Chen Mobai compared the information with the 15 people of the Heavenly River, the 9 true spirits, and the 6 wonders of the world that he already knew in his mind, and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. This list of top masters is updated by Wuchengjai every 300 years. If someone ascends to immortality or passes away peacefully, a new nascent soul cultivator will emerge to fill the vacancy. For example, when Yuan Kink ascended to heaven, Yuan Yin of Xiantiank became one of the new 4 true ones. After the old dragon was killed by Chen Mobai, the White Tiger King of the White Tiger Royal Court of the Western Continent took his place. The Demon Lord, one of the 6 wonders of the world, was originally missing, but no news of his death had been reported, so he had always been on the list. However, after Yuan Kink ascended to heaven on his back last time, he was automatically removed from the list, whether he was dead or alive. Currently, it has been replaced by a mysterious deity from Chuanwu Peak in Jiangsu, who calls himself the 5 Mysteries Hermit. A 4th tribulation is the Void Tribulation. Cultivators at the Void Refinement Realm can use this tribulation to further master the use of void power during their battles. After True Monarch Su Yu left, True Monarch Dakong and the others were no longer afraid. As they spoke, they came to Chen Mobai's side and told him about the mysteries of the 9 heavens tribulation. These things are considered public knowledge in the ancient Holy Lands, especially for the Taixu Misty Palace. They have produced more than 1 ascended cultivator. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. Although he had not practiced the Void Realm, he had comprehended the great Tao of Void. In addition, with the primordial bell protecting him, he felt that he could break into the 4th heavenly tribulation and take a look. But as soon as he had this thought, Tung Xianji began to issue a warning. Although it wasn't very intense, Chen Mobai recalled that when he was preparing to enter the frozen tomb, it was about the same intensity. In an instant, his desire to go up and take a look vanished. If we nascent soul cultivators of the Taixu Misty Palace could comprehend the great Tao of Void, we could step into the fourth heavenly tribulation, using it to refine our great Tao power and gradually achieve true void refinement. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still insufficient. I've only grasped the basics of the great Tao of Void. Those top-tier nascent soul cultivators who have 1 foot in the void refinement realm can also use this void tribulation to more directly explore the mysteries of the void. However, this method of cultivation is extremely dangerous, and our sect has always strictly prohibited it. At this moment, true monarch Dakong said something that made Chen Mobai's heart itch. After all, he had already comprehended the great Tao of Void through the Purple Cloud Palace. However, just to be on the safe side, he still asked the spirit of the Hunyuan Bell. When my former master ascended to immortality, he carried me through 7 tribulations before I finally succumbed. However, my former master was at the void refining realm, which allowed him to unleash 12% of my power. The artifact spirit offered a very tactful piece of advice. Although it was a 6th-tier high-grade artifact and could protect Chen Mobai from being affected during the first 3 tribulations, the power of the void was unpredictable. If it passed through its protection and directly affected Chen Mobai's mind, it could cause irreparable damage. Hearing this, Chen Mobai listened to the advice and gave up. He has a bright future ahead of him and doesn't need to take unnecessary risks. Just as Chen Mobai was pondering whether to stay here or go down with Wuchen Dakong, 2 unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators flew over together, riding a furnace. Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time. A nascent soul cultivator with white hair and eyebrows but a very young face spoke first to greet Wuchen and Dakong. Then he turned to Chen Mobai and asked politely, "This must be the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. I am Pharmacist Li from the Medicine King sect of the Southern Continent. Greetings, fellow Taoist." "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately returned the greeting. The Medicine King sect is a sacred land in the Southern Continent and a major alchemy sect in the Heavenly River realm, with a status similar to that of the Morality sect. Chen Mobai had heard of Pharmacist Li's reputation. Among those at the nascent soul stage, he was hailed as the most likely genius to become a 6th-order alchemist. However, Chen Mobai's gaze was fixed on the alchemy furnace he was controlling. With his expertise in weapon crafting, he naturally recognized it as a 6th-order magic weapon, and it looked somewhat familiar, with a crafting technique similar to the Hunyuan Bell. Moreover, the spirit of the primordial bell showed some unusual activity as soon as the alchemy furnace arrived. Our sect's Medicine King furnace was able to advance to the 6th rank thanks to Senior Yiyuan's refining efforts. Pharmacist Li noticed Chen Mobai's gaze and smiled as he spoke. Then, flames rose from the furnace, transforming into a boy with a long red braid, clearly the furnace's spirit. Chen Mobai nodded, then summoned the spirit of the Hunyuan Bell to appear, allowing them to catch up. However, upon meeting, the 2 spirits each let out a cold snort, seemingly indicating a strained relationship. "Senior brother, you've come too." At the same time, another nascent soul cultivator from Nanju also paid his respects to True Lord Dakong. He was True Lord Dagu, a nascent soul cultivator from the Taixu Mil Palace in Nanju. "Why don't we go down first? Although we can use magical artifacts to resist the heavenly tribulation, it's better to conserve our energy." Seeing that the nascent soul cultivators present were starting to chat, True Lord Wuchen immediately pointed to his heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument and said, "Indeed, this is my first time entering the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation, and it's quite arduous." Pharmacist Li said with a smile that his alchemy furnace was always emitting flames, helping him and True Monarch Dagu to resist the endless icy heavenly tribulations around them. Chen Mobai, who had originally planned to wait here to see if True Monarch Suyu had ascended, felt that it was better not to miss this rare opportunity to have friendly exchanges with other states' nascent soul cultivators, so he nodded. They fell together from this 3rd heavenly tribulation. When the 2nd fire tribulation arrived, Li Yashi's Medicine King furnace began to continuously spew out the raging flames around it, and Chen Mobai's Hunyuan Bell was not to be outdone, using Hunyuan and the 5 elements Great Tao to refine the fire element true power. When the 2 spirits of the artifacts reunited after thousands of years, they couldn't help but secretly compete with each other. In the end, the Hunyuan Bell prevailed slightly. The reason it was only slightly better was because the Medicine King furnace was a professional refiner of fire elements. If Chen Mobai hadn't upgraded Zhang's skill once, based on past experience, it would have mostly ended in a draw. Fellow Taoist, you truly deserve to be called the #1 weapon refiner in the Eastern continent. You have already fully inherited the true essence of Senior Yi Yuan's weapon refining techniques. Upon witnessing this scene, Pharmacist Li was greatly astonished. He knew about the past of the two magical artifacts. Although he had heard that the Hunyuan bell had been upgraded to the 6th grade high quality under Chen Mobai's refinement, he still found it hard to believe after actually verifying it. It's important to understand that once a magical artifact reaches the 6th rank, further advancement requires not only rare and precious materials, but also the corresponding power of the great Tao for refinement. Chen Mobai, having only reached the nascent soul stage a few decades ago, has already accomplished what even the 1 Yuan true monarch couldn't achieve before his ascension, demonstrating just how astonishing his talent and abilities are. Not at all, I am still no match for Ancestor Yi Yuan. I need to continue to study hard and hope to master a 6th-order magic weapon as soon as possible. Chen Mobai was very modest. The Yuan Yang sword and Hun Yuan bell in his hands were already well established, and he only played the finishing touch in enabling him to advance. He still hoped to be able to forge a 6th-tier magic weapon entirely by himself. The cultivators from the Eastern continent are so refined and courteous, unlike that old bastard Yan Zhongxian who has absolutely no sense of manners. The Gu Zhenjin couldn't help but speak up, and Chen Mobai looked on with curiosity upon hearing this. Flame Immortal, one of the 3 immortals, is the most outstanding weapon refiner in the Heavenly River realm, but he is most famous throughout the world for his fiery temper. It is precisely for this reason that many nascent soul true lords would not seek help from Flame Immortal to refine magical artifacts unless they had no other choice. However, once one reaches the nascent soul stage in cultivation, when it becomes difficult to improve one's cultivation level, refining and upgrading one's magical artifacts is the fastest way to enhance one's combat power. Although Yan Zhongxian has a bad temper, his artifact refining skills are recognized as the best in the Tian realm. So they all had no choice but to hold their noses and go to Nanju to beg the Flame Immortal. Among them, the great ancient true lord, who was a nascent soul cultivator in the southern continent's Taixu Misty Palace, originally thought that he had connections and that the Flame Immortal had skills. He believed that if the two of them joined forces, they could earn a lot of resources. However, after only one collaboration, the two of them turned against each other. Li Yashi looked slightly embarrassed, pretending not to hear the Gu Zhenjin's complaint. Although Yan Zhongxian had a bad temper, she had a decent relationship with Pharmacist Li. I wonder if True Monarch Shattered Jade will be able to successfully ascend this time. True Monarch Wuchen was also a smooth talker, and since the Moral Sect and the Profound Fire Sect had done many transactions, he immediately changed the subject upon hearing this. If she truly succeeded in the void refinement stage thousands of years ago, with her profound accumulation of knowledge, the probability of her success is probably very high. True Monarch Dakong understood what True Monarch Wuchen meant, and too lazy to listen to his junior brother's complaints, he continued along with him. So it was this senior who ascended to heaven. Before the passing of the former True Monarch Fenkin of the Xuanhu sect, his greatest regret was that he could not settle his grudges with True Monarch Suiyu. Pharmacist Li was slightly surprised after hearing this. It's a pity about True Monarch burning zither. If he hadn't damaged his great Tao origin by fighting True Monarch Shattered Jade, he could have ascended to immortality. True Monarch Great Void said with a look of regret. The land of Nanju is second only to Zhangju in terms of resources among the 5 continents and 4 seas. The true Lord of Burning Qin, who led the heroes of that generation, was also a great man, but unfortunately he was still burdened by karma. Chen Mobai was aware of the past grievances between the Ice and Snow Land and the Burning Heaven Pure Land, but he never expected that there would be such consequences. I wonder if the reason why True Monarch Shattered Jade hastily attempted to cultivate emptiness was related to this matter. After all, if she cannot break through, she will still need to fight against True Monarch Fenkin at the Holy Tao Assembly. Harmony should always be the priority in everything. Chen Mobai said this with a sigh. But if True Monarch Shattered Jade truly succeeded in refining the void thousands of years ago, why did he only trigger the Ascension Spirit Light now? Pharmacist Li thought of a question and couldn't help but ask it. The 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Taixu Misty Palace fell silent upon hearing this question. Chen Mobai, however, heard their heartbeats through the sound of the empty valley, and at that moment they became slightly more rapid. This led him to a guess. Could it be that these major holy lands really have cultivators using secret techniques to remain in the heavenly river realm? Other holy sites may not be able to do it, but the Taeksu Misty Palace is the void path of cultivation. If someone cultivates to the point of reaching the Dharma realm and then hides in the Dharma realm without coming out, they can completely shield their void refinement chi and prevent the ascension spirit light from detecting them. Before the true monarch of shattered jade ascended, he exchanged several blows with me. He at least mastered the two great Taos of frost and pure yin, and it is likely that he used these two great Taos to freeze and seal his void refinement realm. Chen Mobai recounted his battle with the jade true monarch. Upon hearing this, the two nascent soul cultivators, Li Yashi and De Gu, stared at him in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. That's the practice of emptiness. And a nascent soul cultivator fight against a void refinement cultivator. However, they then thought of the scene of true monarch shattered jade's ascension. He was clearly forced into a corner by Chen Mobai and had no choice but to use his void refinement realm, ultimately having no choice but to ascend. Thinking of this, both of them looked at Chen Mobai with a hint of awe. This young nascent soul cultivator, regardless of his cultivation level, is at least among the most powerful in the heavenly river realm in terms of combat strength. Without having reached the void refinement stage, he is arguably the pinnacle of this realm. Even if someone has reached the void refinement stage, at most they will be forced to ascend, just like the true monarch of broken jade. This young man is invincible. Realizing this, Pharmacist Li and True Lord De Gu became even more amiable. Afterwards they chatted for a while, and True Lord Dakong asked True Lord Dagu about the use of the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. He learned that it had been taken by his disciple, but like Palace Master Biluo, he failed to reach the nascent soul stage. This news filled the three transformation gods of the Eastern continent with regret. Since the pharmacist, the Southern continent has been lacking successors. On the contrary, your Eastern continent not only has our young friend, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, taking up the mantle, but also has juniors like Nai Yuanzhang of Shanxi advancing in rank. It seems that you will soon surpass our Southern continent. Imperial Lord De Gu said with an envious look on his face. Wu Chen and De Kong were both modest, but they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. At this moment, Chen Mobai remembered his original purpose for going to the frozen tomb. Isn't it just that Han Xingzi wants to exchange Dao Fruit for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill? Now that true monarch Su Yu has taken the Dao Fruit with him, it seems the deal has failed. However, Chen Mobai didn't lose out too much, since he received the inheritance of the three yin scripture. Chapter 12:11 Seeing Han Xingzi Again. Chapter 12:11 Seeing Han Xingzi Again. With the three yin meridians, Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe no longer need to worry about cultivation techniques before reaching the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai also planned to teach the three yin scripture and the five elements immortal scripture of the longevity sect to the immortal sects, so as to open up more paths to the nascent soul stage for future generations. However, compared to these nascent soul cultivation techniques in the heavenly river realm, the requirements for resources are too high, and there are also restrictions such as innate spiritual body and heavenly spiritual root for entry. They are more of a reference for nascent soul cultivation. But Chen Mobai believed in the wisdom of future generations. One day, among the future disciples of the immortal sect, there will emerge an amazing genius like Ancestor Yuanyang, who will simplify these very difficult nascent soul cultivation techniques and create a spiritual root technique similar to the pure Yang Dharma body. Moreover, within the immortal sects, there are already methods to elevate the five-element spiritual roots to heavenly spiritual roots. The only difficulty lies in obtaining the innate five elements essence. Chen Mobai can solve these problems with the primordial chaos Tao, but he will eventually leave the immortal sect, so it is hoped that a genius can create a solution that can be solved once and for all. After speaking with the two nascent soul cultivators of Nanju, Chen Mobai exchanged communication talismans with them before parting ways during the heavenly tribulation. In the heavenly river realm, once you cross the heavenly gang, you will enter the 9 heavenly tribulations, no matter where you are in the 5 continents and 4 seas. The range of the 9 heavenly tribulations is more than 1,000 times smaller than that of the heavenly river realm, so as long as you find the right landing point, you can travel back and forth between the 5 continents and 4 seas much faster. It was precisely for this reason that the many nascent soul cultivators of the heavenly river realm were able to arrive so quickly to witness the ascension of true monarch Shattered Jade. Fellow Taoists, as you have seen, I have now formed a grudge against this true monarch of broken jade. In order to prevent the first ancestor of the upper realm from being brought to my door by her, I wonder if your sects have any way to help me inform the higher-ups and pass on this message to the first ancestor of the upper realm. After leaving the 9 heavens tribulation with Wuchen Dakong, Chen Mobai was filled with worry and made a request to them. If I need to contact the upper realm, I can only inform the central continent headquarters first, and then have senior brother Takesu convey the message. The Kong Zhenjun looked troubled and indicated that he had no solution. If my Dayud sect wants to contact the ancestor in the upper realm, it will require the use of a very precious 6th-order spirit talisman. However, if the ascension of true monarch Suyu alarms the upper realm, the ancestor may take the initiative to descend his spiritual sense and inquire about this matter. At that time, I can take the opportunity to talk about your matter, young friend. Wuchen Zhenjun did not completely refuse, and Chen Mobai immediately thanked him after hearing this. Young friend, you can talk to the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect about this matter. They have the heavenly refining tower, which makes communication with the upper realm easier for them than for our sect. At their final parting, True Lord Wuchen gave Chen Mobai a reminder. Thank you for the reminder, senior. However, the 9 heavens demon suppression sect has now closed its mountain to protect Yi Qing's nascent soul stage, so I shouldn't disturb him. Chen Mobai sighed, thanked the 2 nascent soul cultivators before him, and then headed towards the eastern wilderness. The reason he brought this up was simply to maintain his persona as the successor of the 1 Yuan true monarch in the heavenly river realm. After all, the attitude of True Lord Shattered Jade before he left was far too arrogant. If Chen Mobai doesn't show any respect, as the heir to the 1 Yuan Dao lineage, he will definitely be seen as unfilial by Wuchen and the others. As a moral exemplar in Dongzhu, he still carries some burden of maintaining a certain public image. In fact, Chen Mobai had great confidence in Yiyuan Zhenjun. After all, this ancestor had at least mastered the primordial chaos Dao. Not to mention Suyu Zhenjun, even Jian ancestor, who ascended a long time ago, was probably no match for Yiyuan Zhenjun. Not to mention, Chen Mobai also mentioned the name of the heavenly venerable. Judging from the final silence of the broken jade True Lord, he was clearly a little frightened. It's probably just empty talk. Even if they manage to ascend successfully, they'll probably stay away from their lineage in the spirit void immortal realm. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai immediately put the matter out of his mind. Of course, if possible, he would still hope that true monarch Shattered Jade would be reduced to ashes when he was undergoing the 9 heavens tribulation, so that it would all be over and he could have one less thing to worry about. With this hopeful expectation, Chen Mobai returned to the eastern wilderness. He even considered whether to visit the frozen tomb again. After all, before his ascension, true monarch Shattered Jade made a special trip inside, and he might have left behind some contingency plan, such as the inheritance of Dao fruits. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Teng Xianji gave him another subtle warning. Although the warning was very weak this time, almost 1% of the level it was when he first entered the frozen tomb, Chen Mobai, having learned his lesson the hard way, chose to give up as a precaution. After all, even though the jade broken true monarch is gone, the 6th-order 3-yin extinction array is still there. If before leaving, True Lord Shattered Jade left behind some fierce method that would allow him to detonate the frozen tomb with a grand formation upon entering, even if he survives, he would likely suffer some injuries. Chen Mobai has a bright future ahead of him, and it's not worth taking such a risk for the possible benefits of Dao fruit. After returning to the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai did not tell anyone about the matter because of his previous agreement with Han Xingzi. However, it was not a problem for him to send the 5-element sect to investigate the ice heaven 3 veins. Because the 5-element sect's influence was mainly in the 3 border regions, he also notified the 1 Yuan Dao Palace and the Heavenly Restaurant for help. Thinking of the Heavenly Restaurant, Chen Mobai took out the impermanence talisman given to him by the Great Void True Lord. You can contact Wu Qingjai for this. The 2 nascent soul cultivators of Tianqinlu, Paolong Pengfeng, were actually peripheral members of Wu Qingjai. It was through this connection that they were able to achieve nascent soul formation and even develop Tianqinlu to such an extent. But in the end, Chen Mobai still failed to activate the impermanence talisman. Because Wu Qingjai mainly deals with information about the nascent soul stage, but for an old witch like Su Yu Zhenjun who has been around for thousands of years, they probably only have some records at most. They definitely have no way to explore the current detailed situation inside the frozen tomb. Moreover, just inquiring about the ice and heaven 3 veins from Tianqinlu is enough. Just as Chen Mobai was organizing the 3 yin scriptures he had obtained from the frozen tomb, Pao Long personally delivered a message. Han Xingzi has returned to the Broken Jade Palace. Chen Mobai looked surprised after hearing about this. That's right, I went to the northwest myself to confirm his vital energy. Pao Long nodded affirmatively. As the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the eastern continent, Chen Mobai has a friendly relationship with the Heavenly Canteen, making him the biggest backer for Pao Long Peng Feng, and even useful when they go outside the eastern continent. Therefore, Tianqinlu always treats the matters assigned by Chen Mobai as the highest priority. What about the Snow Mountain sect? After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai asked. My junior sister went to the Snow Mountain sect and has been searching ever since, but she has not found any trace of Master Luoying. The information that Pao Long had gathered from Tianqinlu was presented without any personal speculation or questioning of why Chen Mobai was inquiring about these 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Bingshan 3 veins, demonstrating the professionalism of an intelligence broker. That's strange. Chen Mobai recalled his experience in the frozen tomb. Back then, Master Luoying mysteriously disappeared in the illusory spirit cave, and now he was certain that true monarch Su Yu was behind it. Han Xingzi was clearly unaware of this, and judging from the scene where he was knocked down by Ru Shengxiang, it's possible that Su Yu Zhenjun didn't think much of him and therefore didn't intend to let him ascend to Zuyun Peak. Considering the mysterious state of the jade-broken true monarch, who was neither alive nor dead, Chen Mobai had a conjecture. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. Could you please send another letter to Han Xingzi for me? Since Chen Mobai couldn't figure it out, he decided to just ask directly. After listening, Pao Long nodded, took the letter written by Chen Mobai and went to handle it personally. Chen Mobai invited Han Xingzi, the 5 Elements sect, to continue discussing their previous agreement. Although there was a possibility that Han Xingzi might be possessed by the broken jade true monarch, Chen Mobai was not particularly afraid because he had the heavenly curtain and earthly network array already set up in his own territory. With his current combat strength, once he leaves the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, he's probably only at the void refinement stage. But if Liangsu encounters him, he will ascend to immortality. With the excellent example of Kaingsing within the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, he felt that suppressing the void refining realm was not impossible. However, just in case, Chen Mobai still chose to meet at Mingjing Immortal City in Dongye. After all, if a real attack were to occur, even with the protection of a powerful formation, the location of the Immortal City could still be endangered. If Baiyuan City were destroyed, the 5 Elements sect's assets would instantly shrink by half, and the economy of the 3 border regions of the eastern continent would regress by 100 years. 3 days later, Han Xingzi's reply reached Chen Mobai's hands. They said they brought out some items from the frozen tomb, and after arranging for the sect to handle them, they would come over immediately. Chen Mobai was willing to give him that much time. The day before their meeting, Chen Mobai arrived at Mingjing Immortal City, where Zhou Yi, who was guarding the city, was already waiting with the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. After the welcoming banquet, Chen Mobai arrived at the highest point of Mingjing Mountain. This place used to be the cultivation site of the Golden Wind ancestor, and it was also the place with the most abundant spiritual veins. But for Chen Mobai, it was better than nothing. Soon, he sensed the fluctuations of the large teleportation array, and then Zhou Yi led Han Xingzi, who was trying to appear calm, up. Greetings, Master Chen. Chen Mobai gestured to Han Xingzi that there was no need for further formalities, and then dismissed Zhou Yi. Tell me, how did you get out? Chen Mobai went straight to the point and asked. He had already listened with the sound of the empty valley, and Han Xingzi's fluctuations were still the same. Only his physical body had been damaged, and his blood energy was dimmer than before. He must have been affected by the aftershocks of his battle with the broken jade true monarch in the frozen tomb. Please forgive me, true Lord. There are some things I have sworn an oath to uphold in my Taoist heart and cannot say more about. Han Xingzi said this with a wry smile. Chen Mobai frowned slightly, then spoke again. Then say something you can say. Han Xingzi nodded and immediately took out a jade box. Sect leader Chen, this contains the Sheyan fruit. Does the original deal still stand? Chen Mobai looked surprised when he heard this. Chapter 12:12 Holy Land Weather. Chapter 12:12 Holy Land Weather. Before ascending to immortality, true monarch shattered jade returned to the frozen tomb and surprisingly left behind his Tao fruit. Is this to leave roots in the icy and snowy land? The locals still have some principles. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai still had some doubts about the Sheyan fruit that Han Xingzi had taken out. After all, these Tao fruits had been refined by true monarch shattered jade for thousands of years, and there might be some hidden tricks he left behind. But soon, Chen Mobai remembered his Tengxianji, and amidst Han Xingzi's tense expression, he accepted the jade box. Tengxianji did not issue a warning. This means that for him, there is no problem with the deal. How many Tao fruits did you bring out from the frozen tomb? Chen Mobai asked Han Xingzi as he examined the pale blue Sheyan Tao fruit in the jade box. I dare not conceal this from sect leader Chen. Besides this lesser yin fruit, I only brought out the greater yin fruit that was originally passed down in the broken jade palace. Han Xingzi hesitated for a moment, and after confirming that this matter was not bound by the Tao heart oath, she began to answer. Is Suyu really that kind? Could it be that she left behind all her Tao fruits before ascending to immortality? Chen Mobai was somewhat incredulous after hearing this. The fact that he built the frozen tomb with shattered jade, yet kept the 3 yin fruits for himself, reveals his selfishness. Even if he were mindful of the sect's legacy, he wouldn't have been so generous. Han Xingzi could only smile wryly and remain silent. Clearly, this question falls within the scope of the Tao heart oath and cannot be answered. Chen Mobai had finished examining the Sheyan fruit by this time. At least he couldn't see any of the hidden tricks of the broken jade true monarch. However, he immediately remembered that the 3 yin scripture in the illusionary spirit cave did not have any related Tao fruit refining methods. He asked Han Xingzi about this matter. Having only the Tao fruit but no method is of no use to me. Han Xingzi nodded, then immediately took out a jade slip. Reporting to sect leader Chen, this contains the refining method of the Sheyan yin fruit. As long as you agree to the trade, I will take the Tong Sheng true spirit pill back for appraisal. If there are no problems, I will send a disciple to inform you of the incantation to open the jade slip. Han Xingzi's words made Chen Mobai frown. Does a transaction really need to be this complicated? Can't we just hand over the elixir with one hand and transmit the Dharma with the other in person? Fellow Taoist, you don't trust me anymore. Chen Mobai's tone was already quite harsh when he said this, but Han Xingzi quickly shook his head, then gestured repeatedly with his eyes, his face anxious. Please forgive me, sect leader Chen, but your word is as good as gold, and everyone in the Eastern continent knows that. I certainly trust you, but for this deal, my trust alone is not enough. Han Xingzi was already hinting as she spoke. Chen Mobai was a perceptive person, and combined with the recent events, he quickly understood his meaning. Among the 3 lineages of the Ice Heaven sect, Han Xingzi is the most respected. However, his words no longer carry weight, indicating that there is a powerful figure behind him who commands his obedience. That can only be the true Lord of Shattered Jade. Although she ascended to immortality, it is clear that before leaving, she left behind a contingency plan that would allow her to control Han Xingzi. If it were true Lord Suyu who sent Han Xingzi to make a deal with Chen Mobai, she would indeed not trust Chen Mobai. Is Han Xingzi hinting at this? After realizing this, Chen Mobai quickly thought of another aspect. The Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan is used to assist those at the nascent soul stage. True Lord Sui Yu must have learned of their deal from Han Xingzi, which is why he exchanged it for the Shao Yin Dao fruit. However, this pill should have been useless to someone of her cultivation level long ago. Surely it can't be to help Han Xingzi reach the divine transformation stage. It's impossible to even think about it. But since it wasn't Han Xingzi who used the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, then it could only have been another nascent soul cultivator. The missing master Loying. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai narrowed his eyes, stood up with a slightly solemn expression, walked to the door, and looked in the direction of the frozen tomb in the northwest of Dongju. Please forgive me, sect leader Chen, I had no choice. Han Xingzi stayed by Chen Mobai's side, pleading incessantly. It is said that the essence, energy, and spirit of the one who refines the Tao fruit will gradually transform in a direction most compatible with the existence that left behind the Tao fruit. I wonder what Tao fruit fellow Taoist Luo Ying has refined. Chen Mobai suddenly asked this question, and Han Xingzi's face suddenly flashed with surprise. Han Xingzi never expected that Chen Mobai would uncover the most crucial truth from just a few of her words. I don't know, but junior sister's future achievements will definitely surpass mine. However, due to the vow of her Tao heart, Han Xingzi could not reveal more and could only continue along with Chen Mobai's words. But his words confirmed what Chen Mobai was thinking. The Tongsheng Zhenling Dan was exchanged for the Luo Ying Shangren. Among the three lineages of the Ice Heaven, although Venerable Loing is considered a powerful nascent soul cultivator, he cannot compare to Hangxingzi, who is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Now, the only way to pave the way for her is through the arrangement of true monarch Suyu. If even the Ice Heaven three families can't trust my reputation, then I don't think I need to trust you either. As Chen Mobai interacted more with the locals, he was no longer as naive as before. He was afraid that if he took the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, he would only be able to obtain a Xiao Yin Dao fruit that he could not refine. After all, the one he was trading with was Han Xingzi. For Suyu Zhenjun, even if he died, it probably wouldn't matter. I had already considered Master Chen's concerns before I came here, so I came up with a solution. Han Xingzi had put his heart and soul into today's transaction. If he didn't handle it well, he wouldn't be able to explain himself back in the frozen tomb. But if he didn't satisfy Chen Mobai, he wouldn't be able to take the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill with him today, and he'd probably die without even having to explain himself. Oh, fellow Taoist, please speak. Chen Mobai was also curious about what method Han Xingzi had that would make him agree to let him take away the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill under these circumstances. Back when our sect was still a sacred land, there was no senior great power like the One Yuan True Monarch in the Eastern continent. His primordial true qi was truly unparalleled in the world, a powerful divine ability that our sect's nascent soul sages had never heard of before. When Han Xingzi suddenly said this, Chen Mobai was initially a little confused, but then he suddenly realized what she meant. When the broken jade true monarch roamed the Eastern continent, she did not know about the One Yuan Dao scripture, meaning she was unaware that the primordial chaos true qi could dissolve the 5 elements restrictions of the world. The jade slip brought by Han Xingzi contained extremely powerful restrictions, reaching the 5th rank, most likely left by the broken jade true monarch. If Han Xingzi hadn't reminded him, Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't have dared to use his primordial chaos true qi to dispel it, and he would also have feared that the refining method given was fake. Since Han Xingzi had given such a reminder, Chen Mobai picked up the jade slip and examined it. Then, his primordial true qi surged out and covered it, and soon the restriction covering it was dispelled by him. The text on the jade slip, which was originally inaccessible with divine sense, was instantly discovered by Chen Mobai. He quickly grasped the essence of the 5 tones of the musical scale. Then Chen Mobai opened the jade box again, took out the Sheiyan fruit, and tried to refine it using the secret method he had just comprehended. Clearly, the contents recorded on the jade slip are true. After refining the Sheiyan fruit, Chen Mobai extracted it back into his body and held it in his palm. With your talent and wisdom, fellow Taoist, you are truly wasting your potential among the 3 Ice Heaven lineages. After getting what he wanted, Chen Mobai's expression relaxed, and he sat back down in his chair, pouring a cup of tea for Han Xingzi. Not at all, as long as sect leader Chen is satisfied. Han Xingzi wiped the sweat from her forehead, stepped forward, and respectfully accepted the tea that Chen Mo offered with both hands. This is the true spirit pill of the saintly realm. Would you like to examine it? Chen Mobai has always been a man of his word. Although he now had the upper hand, he still took out the pills and placed them on the table. I can definitely trust Master Chen. Having just overcome a difficult situation, Han Xingzi dared not examine the pills. Moreover, even if the pills were fake, he would simply pretend not to know. Anyway, it's not like he's the one eating it. Thinking this, Han Xingzi put down her teacup, reached into her storage bag, and bid farewell to Chen Mobai. Fellow Taoist, please take care. I will not see you off further. Chen Mobai did not try to stop him, but instead sent a telepathic message to Zhou Yi at the foot of the mountain, asking him to see the guest out. After Han Xingzi left, Chen Mobai told the two nascent soul cultivators at Tianquanlu that they no longer needed to pay such intense attention to the Bingshan three veins. After all, if there really was a backup plan left by the broken jade true monarch, they would be easily exposed. From now on, you can just ask around normally. Chen Mobai also told Wuchen and Dakong about this matter, so that they would be mentally prepared in case a nascent soul cultivator emerged from the ice heaven three lineages in the future. After dealing with this matter, and since he was already in Dongyi, Chen Mobai took the opportunity to visit Fangwang Mountain and check on his two disciples. Zhuo Ming was not there. She was leading the Five Elements Sects Formation Department, working diligently to set up a new celestial and terrestrial network. After chatting with Luo Yixuan for a while, Chen Mobai took her to find Zhuo Ming. Master, I recently discovered that it seems possible to travel across the sea. Just like how you separated the Golden Crow, immortal city from the sea back then. I plan to start with the wall you set up, Master, and expand it outwards along the original coastline of Dongyi until the sea is completely separated. Then, I will drain the seawater and re-enclose the Dongyi land that was originally submerged. While setting up the formation, Zhuo Ming conceived a grand project. Because the original spiritual veins of Golden Crow Immortal City have collapsed and merged into the earth, these enclosed lands are at least spiritual fields, and some are even of high quality. This project is nothing short of a fantasy for other cultivators in the eastern continent. But for Zhuo Ming, who followed Chen Mobai and completed super-large projects such as developing the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, planting trees to control desertification, excavating the Great River, and agricultural reform, it was nothing out of the ordinary. She was even considering expanding the walls further outward to gain more land. Good idea, go ahead and do it. If you need any resources, just ask the sect for them. After listening, Chen Mobai praised it highly. Because the immortal sect almost never reclaims land from the sea, he hadn't thought of that. Although Chen Mobai has severed ties with the Five Elements sect, Zhuo Ming is now a nascent soul cultivator, and she has enough influence to mobilize the sect's resources and her own reputation. I have another idea to add. You could try making this wall movable, preserving the possibility of future expansion into the depths of the sea, and also saving more manpower and resources in the future. Chen Mobai expanded upon Zhuo Ming's conjecture, incorporating the concepts of the immortal sect. This gave Zhuo Ming a pleasant surprise. She hadn't actually thought of that. This is equivalent to forging a magical artifact similar to a 10,000-mile-long wall. Fortunately, your talent and comprehension in Earth attribute magical artifacts are quite good, so you can forge it by referring to the cauldron of profound virtue of all things. Chen Mobai offered further guidance from a professional perspective, and Zhuo Ming nodded repeatedly, taking notes of everything. Getting carried away, Chen Mobai immediately drew a map of the Eastern Barbarians and the Xuanhai Sea on the sea, and then circled all the areas that had been discovered to have underwater spiritual veins. You can try it out as a pilot project first. The area covered by this fourth-order underwater spiritual vein is only a few hundred miles. The master and disciple were in high spirits and began to talk about the bright future of creating underwater spiritual fields around the spiritual veins in various parts of Xuanhai and expanding the spiritual plant business of the Five Elements sect. Luo Yixuan, standing to the side, could only nod repeatedly, her face full of admiration, dedicating her emotions to her master and senior sister. Originally, Chen Mobai only intended to visit his two disciples, but his interest in infrastructure development took hold, and he couldn't help but take Zhuo Ming on another trip to various spiritual veins in the Xuanhai region near Dongyi, combining planning with reality. This is at least a long-term plan, so take your time. While you're blocking the sea and encircling the land, you can also set up the Zhoutian He Luo star array. When Chen Mobai left, he specifically told Zhuo Ming not to overwork herself. Treat this plan as a long-term strategy. Yes, master. After parting ways with his two disciples, Chen Mobai returned to the eastern wilderness with lingering reluctance. Since he had already bestowed the title of Heaven and Earth, all living beings, upon Jiang Xingheng, he no longer participated in sect affairs as much. He also discussed this matter with Zhou Shenking and the other nascent soul cultivators who had conquered the world, and they were very understanding of it. Logically speaking, when Chen Mobai reached the nascent soul stage, he should have focused on cultivation relinquish the position of sect leader and become the sect's patriarch. It's also because the sect's foundation is too shallow, and it's been hard for my junior brother to support us all by himself until now. Zhou Shenking looked guilty instead. The younger generation of disciples have all grown up. After Ming'er forms her nascent soul, it will be Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan next. If they also successfully form their nascent souls, we can truly retire with peace of mind. Chen Mobai recalled the days when he was conquering the world. Back then, there were only 3 core formation cultivators in the sect. Even those who had reached the foundation establishment stage were few and far between. Now, the 5 Elements sect has double-digit numbers of nascent soul cultivators. If we include the golden core cultivators from the unorthodox path, their core formation combat strength is close to 100. The number of foundation establishment cultivators has already exceeded 10,000, truly giving the area the appearance of a sacred site. Chapter 12-13, The Last Flying Immortal Award. Chapter 12-13, The Last Flying Immortal Award. After reminiscing about the past hardships with Zhou Shenking and the others, the 3 generations of founders of the 5 Elements sect, who had built the sect, accepted Chen Mobai's decision to gradually withdraw from the sect. However, compared to Chen Mobai, who already had Zhu Ming to inherit his mantle, they still had other pursuits, so they did not intend to fade out of the scene. For example, Zhou Shenking wanted to cultivate a true nascent soul cultivator for the Zhou family, so he wanted to wait for Zhou Wangshan to form a nascent soul. Mo Duguang also wanted to wait for the golden vein to produce a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai left several nascent soul formation resource packs in the 5 Elements sect Spirit Treasure Pavilion, waiting for Zhou Wangshan, Yi Yuning, Lishan, and others to complete their nascent soul formation, at which point they could automatically redeem them. Zhou Shenking and his team repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Fu Zhanju didn't have this worry, because his disciple Yin Qingmei had reached the nascent soul stage earlier than him, and his family really didn't have any talented people among the younger generation, so he was quite accepting of it. But Fu Zhanju still had his own ambition, such as creating fifth-order puppets. Chen Mobai gave him the golden armored celestial god he had obtained from the secret realm of the Eastern Imperial Court, and also told him about the complete version of the 6-Ding-6 Jia puppet technique that he had obtained at the same time. After greeting his old comrades who had fought alongside him, Chen Mobai returned to Huanglong Cave. He told Qingnu about his retirement, and she supported him. However, she still had ambitions and wanted to open Dangxia Pavilion all over the world. Chen Mobai naturally gave her his full support. After the couple had been intimate for a while, Chen Mobai had also organized the 3 Yin Classic and the 5 Elements Immortal Classic into the narrative format of the Immortal sect. This thing can't be used under the name of the Dan Ding School. Moreover, since the balance above the boundary gate is public property, it may be accessed by future generations, and Chen Mobai cannot claim that he paid for it himself. However, he could still use the name of the Realm Gate. Chen Mobai said that he had compiled and summarized these most basic 5 elements transformation techniques and the Yin attribute techniques corresponding to the Pure Yang scroll while reading the free knowledge of the Realm Gate. Above the boundary gate, payments are recorded, but viewing records can be deleted. In this way, the Immortal sect would have yin-yang and 5 elements, and all the attributes of the nascent soul cultivation techniques. As for whether some disciples of Immortal sects later opened the access to this realm gate and did not find similar cultivation techniques on it, Chen Mobai also said that he compiled them himself. This matter naturally caused a great sensation in the Immortal sects. Although everyone knew that Chen Mobai's talent and abilities were unparalleled in the history of the Immortal sects, the fact that he could directly glean 6 paths to the nascent soul realm from the fragmented and free knowledge of the realm gates still shocked all the nascent soul cultivators. Chen Yang, why don't you go through the trouble of organizing the nascent soul path of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation? For example, how about organizing a method similar to the Cantong Qi for the Tao of Arrays? Yunai Zhenjun swallowed hard and said this. He wanted to organize his array formations into a path that would allow disciples of the immortal sects to cultivate and eventually become gods, but his wisdom level had not yet reached that point, so he had no clue how to proceed. Seeing how incredibly powerful Chen Mobai is now, I think I'd better not waste my brains and just rely on the strong. I'll take a look when I have time. Chen Mobai possesses the complete cultivation techniques inherited from the Eastern Imperial Court, including dozens of sets, some even reaching the 6th level. If he has the time, he can translate them into the language of the immortal sects, allowing them to be passed down within the immortal sects, just like the 5 elements immortal scripture and the 3 yin scripture. Pure Yang, the cultivation techniques of demonic beasts, could you also help with that? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Xuexian's eyes lit up, and she opened her serrated white teeth, asking hopefully, "I'm sorry, but I can't help with that." Chen Mobai immediately refused Narcissus's outrageous request. This is no longer just a change of industry or profession, but a change of race. After hearing this, Xu Xian sat down with a disappointed look on her face and continued to read the water path immortal scripture that Chen Mobai had given her on her tablet. After Chen Mobai finished adapting the 5 elements immortal scripture and the 3 yin scripture into the language of the immortal sects, he naturally needed to find someone to review them. On the immortal sect side, those who can oversee the nascent soul cultivation techniques are naturally only a few nascent soul true monarchs. So Chen Mobai sent them all an electronic copy. However, this matter was so shocking that all the nascent soul cultivators from the various immortal sects rushed over after learning about it. They are now at Wufeng Xianshan. Led by Qi Yuheng, the team meticulously examined the 5 elements immortal scripture and the 3 yin scripture, scrutinizing each word and sentence more than a dozen times. They even summoned several nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects who had the potential to reach the divine transformation stage to proofread them. Chen Mobai's adaptation of the framework was generally fine, but there were still some minor details that could be improved. After several revisions, everyone agreed that the biggest challenge was the high barrier to entry, so the 3 main halls put these works on the shelves of the Immortal Sect National Library. On the day of its release, the Immortal Affairs Palace also issued a public announcement specifically addressing this matter. Although the announcement was short, it drove all the cultivators of the immortal sects into a frenzy. The Pure Yang True Lord exhausted his efforts to compile the 7 basic attributes of yin-yang and 5 elements into a single volume of nascent soul cultivation techniques, enabling all cultivators of the immortal sect, regardless of their spiritual roots or physical attributes, to have a path to nascent soul that they could refer to. According to the vote at Kaiyuan Hall, it was decided to name this book the Pure Yang Immortal Scripture. From this day forward, this will be the foundation upon which the immortal sect stands. After reading the announcement, the 300 million cultivators, while marveling at Chen Mobai's extraordinary talent, almost all logged into the National Library at the same time. Although 99% of them did not have enough points to download, reading the beginning was enough to satisfy their curiosity. The influx of so many people at the same time caused the immortal sect servers to crash. Because the server is currently being used by a 4th-order celestial being. The immortal sect could only cut off the internet in some areas while begging Chen Mobai to refine a 5th-order heavenly calculation bead. Chen Mobai naturally agreed, as his heavenly calculation beads had not yet been upgraded. This involves the very foundation of the immortal sect, so the 3 main halls have taken out all the 5th-tier resources they had previously stored. While Chen Mobai was refining the 5th-order heavenly calculation beads, he was also at home in Wanggu Cave, instructing his daughter to transform her cultivation technique into the 3 yin scripture. He was enjoying a rare moment of family bliss. Of course, he didn't forget to pass on the 3 yin scripture to Yan Bingxuan and Yan Qiangji. As ice spirit roots, they could choose to cultivate one of them. Because it was a cultivation technique compiled by Chen Mobai, he could teach it to anyone in the immortal sect. Yan Bingxuan and her colleagues were very grateful for this. After exchanging a few polite words with Yan Qiangji, Chen Mobai used the void shift technique to secretly meet with Yan Bingxuan while Chen Xiaohe was cultivating. The two, who had been separated for a long time, were naturally filled with overwhelming emotions upon their reunion. In the days that followed, Chen Mobai cultivated while instructing Yan Bingxuan and Chen Xiaohe to change their cultivation methods. During this time, Meng Huinger, unaware of her own limitations, also asked him about it, wanting to switch to the Pure Yang Immortal Scripture. Chen Mobai knew her talent, but after all, she was his woman. He could only tell her not to be too ambitious and to first use the mysterious sound technique to form her nascent soul. If this cultivation method leads to nascent soul formation, it might be able to enhance and change her comprehension through the help of the great Tao's heavenly music. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in no time. This day marked the final Flying Immortal award ceremony of the Immortal sect. The reason this is the last edition is because the Flying Fairy Award will be renamed after this edition. To commemorate the contributions of the Pure Yang True Lord, the 3 great halls have decided to rename the highest award of the Immortal sect to the Mobai Award, in recognition of cultivators who have made decisive and significant contributions to the development and progress of immortal arts within the sect. Next, let's announce the winner of this final Flying Fairy Award. The 49 expert judges from various industries have all cast their votes. Let's look at the big screen. As soon as the television host Jiang Yuyuan finished speaking, the images of 10 candidates appeared on the large screen behind him. Chen Mobai was listed first. Subsequently, all 49 ballots landed under Chen Mobai's portrait. The other 9 candidates sitting in the audience all smiled and applauded loudly at the result, indicating that they accepted the outcome. This demonstrated the fairness and impartiality of the Immortal sect, which judged candidates based on their achievements. Chen Mobai was indifferent to the expected result on TV, but Chen Ziohe was overjoyed. "Dad, you won an award." Upon hearing Chen Ziohe's words, Chen Mobai simply smiled slightly. In the past, Chen Mobai might have needed the Flying Fairy Award to prove himself. But now those awards need him, the winner, to prove himself. All right, the award ceremony is over. It's time for you to go and cultivate. Chen Mobai pointed to the finger profound sword hanging beside Chen Ziohe and said that in the past 3 years, he had guided Chen Ziohe in cultivating the 3 yin meridians and had also refined the finger profound sword, using the Cantong Qi to refine the Shay Yin fruit into the sword. This fruit was, after all, left behind by the true Lord of Broken Jade. Although he was no longer in the Heavenly River realm, he still dared not let his daughter and women refine it, so it ended up being used by this sword. After obtaining the Tao fruit, and with Chen Mo practicing day and night, the finger profound sword finally broke through to the 6th rank half a year ago. This caused a sensation within a small circle of the immortal sects, but because of the Yuan Yang sword's precedent, it quickly faded away. After refining the Tao fruit, the Zhixuan sword's understanding of the 3 yin scripture is now unparalleled in the immortal sects. So for the past 6 months, it has been the spirit of the Xuanjian sword guiding Chen Ziohe's cultivation. Chen Mobai was also happy to be able to relax. Watching Chen Ziohe follow the finger-pointing sword to the cultivation room, he remembered that Meng Huinger had said she came to Wanggu Cave Heaven to report on her duties today, leaving her second primordial spirit at home, and then teleported away. Let us congratulate true Lord Chenyang on winning the trophy for this final Flying Immortal Award. However, due to other commitments, true Lord Chenyang is unable to attend today. Please accept the trophy on his behalf from the Dean of the Dance Weapon Academy. When Chen Mobai arrived, Meng Huinger was sitting on the sofa, watching the end of the Flying Immortal Award ceremony. The two, who had been separated for a long time, quickly became inseparable, and their feelings for each other deepened. Chapter 12, 14 The Three-Eyed Clan. Chapter 12, 14 The Three-Eyed Clan. I heard that Jiang Yuyuan is going to be promoted and take over as the deputy director of the literature and art department. Afterwards, Meng Huinger lay down next to Chen Mobai and talked about the gossip she had heard after the department meeting that day. "Chen Mobai, what do you want to compete?" Meng Huinger shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she was just curious. She was currently working at Chicheng Cave Heaven. Although Chen Mobai had stepped down as the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy, his main place of cultivation was still Chicheng Mountain. After all, that is already a 6th-order spiritual vein, the number 1 in the immortal sects. She knew very well that no matter what position one held in the 3 main halls of the immortal sect, nothing was more important than being by Chen Mobai's side. The performance of the divine melody last time proved that the mysterious sound technique is indeed very helpful for nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, the position of Minister of Arts will be the focus of attention of the 4 major academies. Currently, it is in charge of the nascent soul stage, Zio Yupping, but if you form your nascent soul before Jiang Yuyuan, the next ministerial position will definitely be yours. Chen Mobai spoke up, telling Meng Huinger to focus on her cultivation. At his level, although he could decide the appointment and removal of the 3 hall masters with a single word, He always preferred to let things take their natural course and didn't need to get involved in any more complicated matters. If Meng Huinger is ambitious and wants to develop in the political arena of the three great halls and compete with Jiang Yuyuan, the simplest way is to cultivate diligently. With the resources he provides, and with a bit of luck, achieving nascent soul stage is highly possible. Meng Huinger nodded repeatedly, indicating that she had listened to everything. Your aptitude is a bit lacking. If you rely solely on your own cultivation, you might not be able to compare to Jiang Yuyuan. I will have Yuangsu refine a few batches of pills to improve your cultivation level, first elevating you to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and then I will secure a nascent soul formation resource for you. Chen Mobai's return to the immortal sect this time was mainly to make proper arrangements for the people around him, and then wait for news from Zixel Palace. Once it was confirmed that the Three-Eyed Clan would no longer pose a threat to Earth Origin Star, he would begin to arrange for the departure of the nascent soul cultivators. Among all the people around her, Meng Huinger's aptitude was the worst. However, problems that can be solved with resources are not a big deal for him now. At the Dance Weapon Academy, the mountain cabin where he used to live during his studies was given a 6th-order spiritual energy channel by the new principal, Deng Dayan. Chen Mobai had already given the key to that place to Meng Huinger, essentially making it her cultivation ground. It should be noted that even nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects can only enjoy 5th-tier spiritual energy at most. In addition, with enough longevity due, Meng Huinger has cultivated the longevity body to the 2nd level. However, due to the nature of the cultivation technique, she needs Chen Mobai's help with the burning lamp technique every now and then. In addition to the pills refined by Yuangsu, if all these resources were given to Jiang Yuyuan, the latter would probably have already reached the peak of core formation. It was thanks to Chen Mobai's help in laying a solid foundation that Meng Huinger felt her future was bright. Time flies, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In addition to arranging resources for Meng Huinger, the rare flowers and fruits that Chen Mobai obtained from the frozen tomb were also refined by Yuan Su into pills suitable for Chen Ziohe, Yan Bingxuan, and others. In addition, with the pure yin cold current he synthesized using the primordial chaos Dao, Chen Ziohe quickly completed the transformation of his cultivation technique, and even mastered all 3 yin meridians. The 3 great Dao fruits, Taiyin, Xuanian, and Shayan. It was because the inheritor of the ancient, icy and snowy land was unable to refine the complete extreme yin fruit that the extreme yin ancestor split it into 3. Chen Ziohe's pure yin body is the key to mastering the 3 yin meridians. This is also the only method for cultivating emptiness in the 3 yin meridians. Although without the Dao fruit, the speed of cultivating the complete 3 yin scripture will not be fast. After Chen Ziohe switched to cultivation, her realm even regressed a bit. However, after solving the problem of her future path, Chen Mobai was finally able to put his mind at ease. In comparison, Yan Bingxuan was slightly inferior, having only mastered the Taiyin scripture. Yan Qiangji chose the Xuan Yin scripture. She had some understanding of the 3 Yin scriptures, but she knew that she could only choose one at most, and that the hope of becoming a nascent soul cultivator was the greatest. In addition to pure yin cold currents and elixirs, Chen Mobai also fed them a lot of cold fish. After the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan he gave was verified to be genuine, Han Xingzi, as agreed, sent a disciple to inform him of the incantation to open the jade slip. Chen Mobai had already mastered the incantation, so the main purpose of the disciple sent by Han Xingzi was to deliver the cold fish that he had promised in the frozen tomb. These cold fish were indeed very delicious, each one increasing ice spirit root by 3 points, but the more you ate, the less effective they became. The maximum increase was only 20 points of ice spirit root. However, this was already very useful for Yan Bingxuan and the others. Besides them, Chen Mobai also did not forget his other relatives and friends. Back in his hometown of Dangxia City, after learning the true origin of the Jade Phoenix Tree, Chen Mobai had Yunhai upgrade the spiritual veins of Dangxia Mountain to the 5th rank, to see if he could use natural means to advance the spiritual plant. The 5th-order spiritual vein of Dangxia Mountain was naturally under the care of his cousin Wang Xinying, a golden core counselor, and the other resources that Chen Mobai gave to Meng Huinger were also given to her. In comparison, the classmates from the Dance Weapon Academy, who also required Chen Mobai's attention, were much less of a worry. Ming Yihua and Bian Jingchun have both reached the peak of core formation. Yun Yangbing, Hua Zijing, Zhuang Jialan, Zhai Jianbai, and others are all at the 7th or 8th level of the core formation stage. This group of promising young golden core cultivators represents the future of the Dance Weapon Academy, full of vitality. During these 10 years, under Chen Mobai's instruction, the Immortal sect refined another batch of nascent soul pills. This batch contained nascent soul pills, so the Dance Weapon Academy received 3 pills, which were given to Qin Baikan, who guarded the Myriad Treasures Cave, Bian Jingchun, the fastest among the younger generation to achieve nascent soul completion, and Wang Xinfu, who failed to achieve nascent soul completion last time. It includes people from all 3 generations, making the distribution of the pie very even. In addition to the nascent soul pill, Chen Mobai also provided resources such as the 9 Heavens Pure Spirit Purple Qi to assist in nascent soul formation. However, even so, only Qin Baikan successfully formed his nascent soul. Bian Jingchun was very disappointed with the result, but Chen Mobai told her not to be discouraged and said that he would arrange another opportunity for her to achieve nascent soul in the future. As for her failure, Chen Mobai analyzed it in detail with her afterwards. She was cultivating the dragon transformation scripture, and when the elixir broke and the infant spirit emerged, she still needed to nurture the form and spirit of a white dragon. Unfortunately, her understanding of the white dragon had always been one-sided, so she failed at the last moment. After Chen Mobai discovered this, he immediately separated his white dragon incarnation and left it by her side so that she could study and comprehend it. Once she had fully grasped it, he would return it to her. However, Chen Mobai did not expect that 7 years after obtaining the white dragon incarnation, Bian Jingchun would actually perfect her white dragon form. On a dark and windy night, without any resources for nascent soul formation, she successfully transformed into a dragon through enlightenment and broke through to the nascent soul realm. This matter naturally caused a huge sensation within the Immortal sects. After all, the last person to succeed without needing nascent soul resources was Chen Mobai. Everyone thought that even if Bian Jingchun couldn't compare to Chen Mobai, she must have at least 1 or 2/10 of his charm. However, Bian Jingchun was very clear about this, estimating that her talent was at most only 1 or 2% of Chen Mobai's. Her successful formation of the nascent soul made Chen Mobai very happy, and it also solved one of his minor troubles. Because in this year, Meng Huanger and Hua Zijing also reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. With Ming Yihua already in line, Chen Mobai instructed the Immortal sect to reopen the furnace and refine the infant cultivation pill. If Bian Jingchun also wants resources, then the Dance Weapon Academy will have to preselect 4 names. Although the other 3 lineages dare not say anything to him, Chen Mobai feels that this is a bit too much. He originally planned to have Hua Zijing wait for the next batch. And now it's just right. The other nascent soul cultivators of the Immortal sect also understood that it was not long before Chen Mobai opened the boundary gate, and they left Earth Origin Star. The spiritual energy of these nascent soul cultivators is freed up, allowing the Immortal sects to supply a great many nascent soul cultivators. Just as Yuan Su was receiving orders to refine the nascent soul pill, Chen Mobai finally received the long-awaited turtle treasure pop-up. After announcing his seclusion, Chen Mobai clicked on the tortoise-shaped treasure and was teleported to the Purple Cloud Palace. A glint of silver light flashed as he stepped onto the long-unseen bluestone floor. After respectfully bowing to the azure lotus stone platform before him, Chen Mobai went to his seat, activated the azure lotus seal, and tried to see if he still had the authority to call upon the power of the Purple Cloud Palace. After confirming that there were no problems, he got up with peace of mind and went to the edge of the threshold. I looked out. The Purple Cloud Palace was actually situated atop a jet-black, towering divine tree. Its enormous canopy, like the eye of the heavens, shimmered with a dark golden light. A series of steps extended from the threshold of the stone palace atop the treetops, descending towards the vast earth below. The 3,000 great Taos manifested from nothingness, materializing on this planet. This method, which allows living beings to approach and comprehend the great Tao without any danger, is precisely the most powerful aspect of the Zixil Palace. In this universe, the path to immortality for countless beings begins here. A series of violent howls rang out, and Chen Mobai in the Zixil Palace saw giants, each over 10 meters tall, running towards him from all parts of the planet. These giants resembled humans, except they had an extra eye on their foreheads. Their eyes are gray, some light gray, some dark gray, and some almost black, containing the power to break magic. This is the great enemy of the immortal sect, the three-eyed clan. Chen Mobai focused his attention on the tallest giants. The strength of the three-eyed clan was determined by their height. The taller a person was, the stronger their power to break magic. Soon Chen Mobai saw a giant, tens of meters tall, with 4 arms, trembling as it strode towards the towering divine tree. When this giant appeared, the other giants stopped in their tracks and waited until he got as close as possible to the purple cloud palace before daring to follow him. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed with a spiritual light as he began to probe the giant's strength. He could tell that the being was at least at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Compared to the other three-eyed clansmen, the magic-breaking divine eye on his forehead was closed, but the moment Chen Mobai's gaze fell upon it, it triggered a warning from Tengxianji. It is clear that this eye of destruction could potentially pose a threat to Chen Mobai. No wonder they are the three-eyed clan of the earthly origin star, which caused the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect to suffer with resentment. The giant before us must be the three-eyed king. Just as Chen Mobai was marveling at the scene, the earth shook violently once again, and a large crack appeared. Then, to his astonishment, a giant hand emerged from the crack, and another 4-armed giant, tens of meters tall, crawled out. The three-eyed tribe, who had initially arrived before the heavenly tree, showed a hint of fear upon seeing the giant that had crawled out. Another peak nascent soul cultivator. As Chen Mobai inwardly marveled at the terrifying strength of the three-eyed clan, the earth's tremors did not cease, but rather intensified. He felt the entire planet begin to shake, and if the purple cloud palace had not already stabilized the star's core and earth veins, he would have thought the planet was about to disintegrate. Are there even more powerful masters? In his shock, Chen Mobai suddenly saw the 2 4-armed giants on either side of the heavenly tree suddenly become respectful and kneel down to pay their respects to the crack in the ground that had previously opened up the tree. One after another, enormous arms emerged from the crack in the ground. Then a 100-meter-tall giant with 6 arms, its eyes closed, crawled out from the depths of the earth. The moment the 100-meter giant appeared, all the giants around the Tangshan divine tree shouted out a single note in unison. The immortal sect once fought a great war with the three-eyed clan and collected some of their writings and language. Among the 5th-order heavenly calculation beads that Chen Mobai upgraded, there was a complete set of information on the three-eyed clan. After searching for a while, he discovered the meaning of this voice. King. So this is the three-eyed king. Thinking of the profound shadow that the three-eyed king had left on the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai couldn't help but step out of the threshold of Zixil Palace, wanting to use the sound of the empty valley to more accurately ascertain the strength of this three-eyed king. Just like on Pluto, Chen Mobai used a leaf to obscure his view of the bigger picture. However, this place is different from Pluto. He had just stepped halfway across the threshold and onto the outermost stone platform when he noticed that the 100-meter-tall giant, who had been looking down in the distance, suddenly raised his head and looked in his direction. Chen Mobai's gaze met the 2 dark gray eyes of the three-eyed king. In that instant, Tengxianji began to issue frantic warnings with unprecedented intensity. This was a dangerous enemy that Chen Mobai had never encountered before. I'd like to recommend Qingquan Liuxiang's new book, Beast Taming and Ascension. Spirit beasts, demon beasts, rare beasts, immortal beasts, ancient remnant, dragons of destiny, sword souls, corpse puppets and worms, mechanical marvels, magical spirits. All kinds of laws and paths can be controlled. The story begins at the Beast Taming sect, a third-rate cultivation sect. All paths are fraught with weakness, so ride beasts and ascend to heaven. Chapter 12:15 The Destroyer Troll, the 100-armed giant. Chapter 12:15 The Destroyer Troll, the 100-armed giant. Practice emptiness. This three-eyed king is definitely at the void refining stage. The moment their eyes met, Chen Mobai's expression turned to shock. Without needing any special voice, he understood the strength of the formidable enemy before him. This was the most intense warning Tengxianji had ever issued. They were a formidable enemy that he absolutely could not withstand. The three-eyed clan possessed a king who had mastered the Void Realm, so why did they flee the Tianyang star system after witnessing the annihilation of Pluto? It should be understood that, although the annihilation of Pluto was a huge event, for beings at the Void Refinement Realm, Destroying a planet and annihilating billions of lives was merely a matter of time. The gap between the nascent soul and void refinement realms is an insurmountable chasm. Even someone as extraordinary as Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator, could only rely on the Hunyuan bell to take hits. At that very moment, the great millstone of annihilation within his sea of consciousness lit up again after a long absence. As the 3,000 faces rotated, one of them shone brightly, pointing directly at the three-eyed king who looked up and coldly gazed at the gates of Zixel Palace. Then a brief introduction to the three-eyed clan appeared in Chen Mobai's mind. Destroyer Troll, one of the 3,000 demonic paths, a giant with the Eye of Destruction on his forehead. As he grows older, the Eye of Destruction can absorb and refine the power of the great Tao of Destruction, growing more arms. After reaching its peak, it can destroy laws, spirits, and the Tao. After learning all this, Chen Mobai's expression became even more solemn. He had previously learned about the 3,000 great Taos through the Gate of Boundaries, and knew that the Tao of Annihilation was a lower level of the Tao of Destruction. After reaching the pinnacle of the Tao of Destruction, it is possible to sublimate it into the primordial destruction. However, precisely because of this, the Tao of Destruction is utterly powerless against the Tao of Annihilation. It turns out that it wasn't the annihilation of Pluto that scared away the three-eyed king, but rather the destructive white light from the chaos primordial cannon activated by the immortal sect that caused the three-eyed clan to flee in panic. Knowing this, Chen Mobai breathed a slight sigh of relief. After years of recuperation, if the immortal sects were to recklessly abandon all their resources, they could unleash the chaos primordial energy cannon once more. However, doing so would cause the entire Earth star to become completely lifeless, and it might even disintegrate due to the depletion of its spiritual veins. Having a power that makes the three-eyed clan wary means that even if the three-eyed clan attacks again, there's no need to worry about being powerless to resist. At this moment, Chen Mobai thought of Bai Guang again. She is a cultivator who has comprehended the innate destruction Tao. If she were to return, she could easily wipe out the entire three-eyed clan. I wonder how her battle with the real Grim Reaper ended. Chen Mobai's feelings towards his inexplicable wife have gone from complicated to gradually accepting. He occasionally thinks of her when enjoying quality time with his daughter, and he has come to accept her as the mother of his child. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking of the white light, a powerful wave came from outside Zixel Palace and reached his ears. He had already learned the language of the three-eyed tribe through the 5 tones of music, and immediately understood the meaning of the sentence, "Who are you?" Chen Mobai was surprised that the three-eyed king, who was practicing the void realm, would be so polite. However, when he thought about how he was standing in front of the Zixel Palace, representing the Zixel Daizun, he understood. In the time of the Purple Cloud Taoist, a mere cultivator at the void refinement stage would only be able to secure a middle position to listen to lectures. Chen Mobai immediately put aside his fear of the void refining realm, and with a calm expression, walked to the very edge of the stone platform in front of the gate. Facing the 6-armed, 100-meter-tall giant who led the entire three-eyed clan, he shouted a poem in their language. Lying high above the 9 layers of clouds, I found the true Tao on my futon. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, my master is the supreme leader. This revealed his identity as a disciple of the Purple Cloud Taoist. However, the three-eyed king had a strange expression, somewhat disbelieving and somewhat surprised, as if he had not expected that a living being would actually emerge from the Purple Cloud Palace. Perhaps this planet is special. After thinking for a while, the three-eyed king looked at the 3,000 steps and stone platforms that had been laid out in front of him, lifted his huge foot and stepped onto them. Then Chen Mobai saw that, as the three-eyed king's foot landed, the originally small staircase suddenly expanded and became just the right size to support his footsteps. Chen Mobai was very surprised by this, but the three-eyed clan was used to it. As the three-eyed king stepped onto the stairs, the planet, which had been trembling constantly because of his awakening, finally began to gradually quiet down. Chen Mobai used his spiritual sense to perceive the planet's ley lines and discovered that beneath the planet's surface lay countless skeletons. Judging from their appearance, they were not the corpses of the three-eyed clan, but rather those of another race. He thought of Dragon God Star and continued to explore the core of the planet. As expected, they discovered that the most important star core had been largely devoured, leaving a gap, and the demonic energy within it had disappeared. Clearly, the planet he was standing on was not the original planet of the Three-Eyed Clan, but a planet they had captured. The original inhabitants of the planet had long been wiped out by the Three-Eyed Clan, just like on Dragon God's Star before, where all living beings were devoured by the Queen. All the resources and spiritual veins of the entire planet, except for those needed by the Three-Eyed Clan, were used to nourish the heavenly divine tree where the Purple Cloud Palace descended. No wonder the Three-Eyed Clan didn't use stars as their names like Pluto. Because this race, after devouring their original planet, used demonic thoughts as a guide to continuously capture other demon-infected planets in the universe. After consuming a planet, they move on to the next planet, which is rich in resources and teeming with life. The planet we're standing on now is probably the umpteenth planet the Three-Eyed Clan has devoured. After understanding all this, Chen Mobai's first thought was that it was fortunate that the Three-Eyed Clan did not have a boundary gate. If they did, they would probably have accumulated a great deal of Dao merit by now. But after realizing what had happened, Chen Mobai felt a pang of regret. So much merit has been wasted. As the Three-Eyed King continued his advance towards the Purple Cloud Palace, Chen Mobai noticed that the rest of the Three-Eyed Clan remained silent, seemingly waiting for the Three-Eyed King to descend from the Purple Cloud Palace before daring to approach. In response, Chen Mobai tried the Azure Lotus Seal again. After confirming that he was invincible in the Purple Cloud Palace, he sat down in the center of the stone platform in front of the threshold and began to comprehend the materialized innate Great Tao. This is the road to destruction. Chen Mobai had previously fired the Chaos Chi Cannon and wielded the power of destruction, so he had some basic knowledge. In addition, Bai Guang had left behind a corresponding inherited sword intent, so he quickly gained some understanding. Destruction is the way to the end. Like Nirvana, it is one of the few terrifying Great Taos among the 3,000 Great Taos that can kill beings who have reached the Tao level. The end of the universe is the arrival of the final destiny. However, if the end times are prevented and cannot arrive for a long time, the universe will not be able to enter the process of ending and restarting. However, if the restart cannot be ended, the increasing number of beings in the void realm will cause the void to collapse, ultimately leading to the collision of the 3,000 Great Taos, resulting in complete annihilation and eternal dissipation. At this time, in order to save itself, the universe will send out one after another of the Great Tao of Destruction to find a host. For example, among the race of destruction trolls, those who merge with the true spirit of the Great Tao of Destruction may become lords of destruction, inherit the mandate of heaven, and sweep away all beings in the universe that prevent the arrival of the end times. Even a powerful being of pure Yang caliber cannot escape the fate of being destroyed when facing the Lord of Destruction. This is the natural order of things, which cannot be stopped, nor should it be prevented. To defy the end, aside from a limited number of innate paths like Nirvana, the only option is to transcend the universe and attain eternity. If Chen Mobai's cultivated Dharma realm can complete the steps of manifesting the 3,000 Great Taos in the Mahayana Heavenly Book, it would also be a way to avoid the end. Each restart of the universe is referred to as an epoch by the Xuanmen mystical sect. Master Zixiao, could you be one of the survivors from the destruction of the previous era? After Chen Mobai comprehended the mysteries of the era from the Great Tao of Destruction, this thought suddenly flashed into his mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After the universe restarts, the 3,000 Great Taos will surely be reborn, and the beings who survived the previous era will be able to seize this opportunity to master the 3,000 Great Taos and achieve great things. However, this is just Chen Mobai's guess, because if that were the case, there would definitely be many ancient beings similar to Teacher Zixiao who would awaken and compete with him for the position of creation. Judging from the pure Yang scroll left by Master Zixiao, he was clearly not a powerful fighter. He probably suppressed opponents with his cultivation level. In that case, it might not be a universe reboot, but rather the creation of a new universe on its own, mastering the 3,000 Great Taos and achieving greatness. After all, Chen Mobai had attended classes at Zixiao Palace before his transcendence. The last 2 lessons taught by Master Zixiao before his transcendence covered these very topics. Just as Chen Mobai was constantly comprehending the Great Tao of Destruction, the sound of footsteps was rapidly approaching from afar. He could only open his eyes and look at the Three-Eyed King, who was already close at hand. A few breaths later, the 6-armed giant, who was 100 meters tall, stepped onto the last stone platform in front of the Zixale Palace. Facing Chen Mobai, who was sitting in the center of the platform, he actually sat down cross-legged as well. Your appearance and aura seem somewhat familiar. After sitting down, the three-eyed king stared straight at the tiny Chen Mobai in front of him with his dark gray eyes, and suddenly said this. Oh, what's so familiar about you? Unable to act within the purple cloud palace, and possessing the azure lotus seal, Chen Mobai remained calm and unperturbed, showing no concern for his life. My grandfather failed in his conquest of a planet, and in his memories were images of your race. The three-eyed king spoke calmly, but the eye of annihilation on his forehead opened slightly, and a wisp of divine light caused the planet, which had just been calm for a while, to tremble violently again. Chen Mobai had a feeling that if this wisp of divine light that broke the law were to fall on him, he would immediately vanish into thin air. That's probably it. If you're familiar with the aura, is it because you saw me wielding the great Tao of destruction and annihilating Pluto? Although Chen Mobai's cultivation level was not as high, the Zixale Palace behind him gave him immense confidence, and he even had some expectations that the three-eyed king would make a move against him, so he directly admitted his identity. It really was you. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, the three-eyed king's annihilation eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and grayish-white divine light of destruction flowed continuously in his pupils, as if it were about to burst forth at any moment. Chen Mobai's heart also tightened, and his right hand had already formed the green lotus seal. However, the three-eyed king did not actually make a move. He merely intimidated the enemy. Seeing Chen Mobai remain calm and composed, the three-eyed king closed his eyes with some disappointment. What a pity if you weren't here, you would already be dust. Upon hearing the three-eyed king's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but chuckle. He then raised his left hand, and strands of destructive white light rose from his palm. Your destructive vision will only be reduced to ashes if it encounters the great Tao of destruction. The three-eyed king looked at the destructive white light in Chen Mobai's palm. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he shook his head without fear. Too little. Only the vast white light that destroyed Pluto could have seriously injured me. Although the Tao of destruction is a lower level of the Tao of annihilation, Chen Mobai had only just cultivated a little bit of the power of destruction with the help of the stone platform. Compared to the three-eyed king, who had already reached the void realm, it was at most equivalent to a small needle pricking his body. It will hurt, but that's all it will be. In response, Chen Mobai calmly replied, if you come to our galaxy again, I can treat you the same way I treated Pluto. The three-eyed king fell silent. With his cultivation reaching such a level, his lifespan is long, and there is absolutely no need for him to gamble on whether the other party can launch the Chaos Primordial Chi Cannon again for the sake of a planet. If he were adventurous, he would have led the three-eyed clan to attack Pluto when the immortal gate annihilated it. The bloodline of the destroyer troll, when cultivated to its peak, makes one a seventh-order, 100-armed giant capable of breaking laws and destroying the Tao. At that time, even a true immortal who has attained the Tao will have to give way to him, who has already destroyed the great Tao. I will come when I reach the 7th level. Upon hearing Three-Eyed King's words, Chen Mobai's killing intent surged. Although it is known that there are only a handful of true spirits in the universe capable of advancing to the 7th rank, what if it is possible? With such a formidable enemy constantly on his mind, wandering the universe and capturing planets, even if he leaves Earth's star, he cannot sleep or eat in peace. Unfortunately, the white light is currently being held back by the true form of the Grim Reaper. Otherwise, having comprehended the great Tao of destruction, dealing with the Three-Eyed King would probably be a piece of cake for her. When you come, I will set off the most dazzling white fireworks for you. After saying this, Chen Mobai stood up from the stone platform, and without caring that the Three-Eyed King was right in front of him, he turned around and stepped into the Zixale Palace. Watching his retreating figure, the Three-Eyed King opened the eye of destruction on his forehead, and the divine light of destruction began to brew. But in the end, the Three-Eyed King did not make a move. Their race has destroyed countless planets, and the first of the 7 taboos passed down from their ancestors is that they must not use force within this stone palace. Chapter 12, 16 True Understanding of the Star Path, Demon Market Platform. Chapter 12, 16 True Understanding of the Star Path, Demon Market Platform. The Three-Eyed King sensed the materialized great Tao of destruction on the stone platform beneath him, set aside his distracting thoughts, and began to comprehend it. Chen Mobai had no way to interfere with this. The rules of Zixel Palace are laid out here, and it's clear that the three-eyed clan has entered this place many times and understands the rules here. However, Chen Mobai was also able to take this opportunity to do some things of his own. In the blink of an eye, the illusion was already cast. Above the planet occupied by the three-eyed clan, a pale silver streak appeared and instantly transformed into Chen Mobai's figure. To avoid being discovered by the three-eyed clan, Chen Mobai's illusory form condensed on the back of the planet opposite the purple cloud palace. This place is now a wasteland. Not to mention any living creatures, even surviving plants are hard to find. As far as the eye can see, there is only deathly silence and the ruins of collapsed cities. Chen Mobai sighed and, controlling his illusory avatar, arrived at the ruins of one of the cities. The traces of the three-eyed clan's rampage were clearly visible. After walking around, he discovered records of previous civilizations on this planet. The planet is called Huanyuan Star, and the beings inhabiting it call themselves the Star Clan. They cultivate planetary arts, drawing upon the essence of the sun, moon, and all the stars in the heavens for their own cultivation. The strongest beings throughout history have been able to ascend to become star gods, hovering high above the planet, transforming into guardian stars, or even roaming the universe. However, StarClan is not without enemies. On the other side of this planet, where the purple cloud palace has now descended, there stands a pitch-black, towering divine tree, which the Star Clan calls the Demon Tree. It grows from the deepest part of the earth, blotting out the sun, and possesses the demonic power to devour living beings to grow. Throughout history, the star gods of the Star Clan have been fighting against the Demon Tree. After tens of thousands of years of effort and sacrifice, the Star Clan finally suppressed the Demon Tree, setting up the most powerful star array around it, sealing it off and isolating it from the world. As time goes by, the Demon Tree, without energy replenishment, will eventually wither and disappear. But the devil is always one step ahead of the saint, and the three-eyed race descended upon this planet. Although the Star Clan unleashed their full power in a full-scale resistance, they were utterly defeated under the three-eyed king's destructive gaze. All the star gods were shot down and turned to dust. After wiping out StarClan, the three-eyed clan searched for resources across the entire planet and naturally discovered the location of the Demon Tree. It is unknown why they left the Demon Tree there. With this in mind, Chen Mobai used his profound understanding of the heavens and the earth to examine the planet's condition once more. Soon, the wails of the planets will, and the pain of the earth's spirit began to surge into Chen Mobai's mind. Amidst these groans, the most profound scenes of this world appeared one by one before Chen Mobai's eyes. It turns out that this demon tree originally belonged to the three-eyed clan. This is a spiritual plant that coexists with the three-eyed clan. Once it matures, it will devour and refine all the spiritual essence of a planet, and then wither away completely, turning into a fruit and countless seeds. The fruit will be collected by the attracted three-eyed race, but the seeds will drift to all corners of the universe. Once a suitable planet is found, they will take root like the gold-eating fire ants on Dragon God Star and continue their cycle endlessly. Now, the spiritual veins of this planet are being guided by the three-eyed clan to the roots of the demon tree, where they are being continuously drawn upon, refined, and absorbed. If Zixel Palace doesn't come, it will probably take more than 10 years for all the planet's energy to be drained. The fruit that the demon tree matures and solidifies is called the destruction fruit. As the name suggests, it is the crystallization of the power of destruction and is most suitable for the three-eyed clan to consume. It is precisely because of these resources that the three-eyed clan is so powerful. When they reach their peak, it is equivalent to the nascent soul stage. The reason why the three-eyed king was able to cultivate the void realm was because he destroyed one planet after another and consumed one destruction fruit after another. If it takes root on a planet with abundant energy and thriving life, then the resulting destructive fruit may even contain the true meaning of destruction. The will of this planet had long been assimilated by the star god, and after the star god's fall, the memories they left behind were perceived by Chen Mobai through his spiritual connection to heaven and earth. These memories, which even death leaves behind, are naturally what the star god cherishes most and wants to pass on. Chen Mobai opened his eyes, reached out and scooped up some empty space, and then silver, shimmering characters gathered and arranged in front of him. This is a fundamental and inherited method created by integrating the wisdom of the star gods throughout the ages, and it is called the true explanation of the star path. Besides the possibility of cultivating to the level of star god, there are also speculations among the star gods about even higher realms. Star god is equivalent to god transformation, and above that is naturally void refinement. The great Tao recorded in The True Explanation of the Star Tao is clearly the great Tao of stars. After reading it, Chen Mobai firmly memorized the Star Clan's great law. Although it wouldn't be of much use to Chen Mobai, if given to the reincarnation of Kaingsing, it might allow him to complete the path he couldn't finish in his previous life. Even for Yunhai, who has mastered the Tao of Array Tao and is a nascent soul cultivator of the Zhou Tian He Luo Xing Du Array, it is of great use. I will help you carry on this tradition, and if possible, I will also help you take revenge. Chen Mobai's illusory image murmured these words, and at this moment, the planetary will of the entire Huan Yuan star seemed to have nothing left to hold on to, and began to completely dissipate. The energy from all parts of the planet transformed into torrents, surging towards the other side, where it was continuously devoured and refined by the demon tree. Chen Mobai watched this scene without intervening. For him, the planet was beyond saving. All he could do was avenge the dead Star Clan. Chen Mobai cast some void beacons, which then disappeared into various locations on the Huan Yuan star. He learned this from the teleportation array of the Taixu Misty Palace. It was mainly used for location tracking. The purpose of positioning is, of course, to pinpoint the location of this planet in the universe. Chen Mobai certainly didn't intend to lead the immortal sect to fight the Three-Eyed Clan himself. After all, the Three-Eyed King was at the void refining stage, and without Bai Guang's return, the immortal sect was completely outmatched. But this information can be sold to other beings in the universe. In the Purple Cloud Galaxy, being a planetary merchant is also a very promising profession. However, to become a qualified planetary merchant, one needs a very good reputation. With the Purple Cloud Palace at his disposal, Chen Mobai was certain that the place he had landed on was a planet corrupted by demons. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to make a name for himself. This way, information about the corrupted planet would fetch a higher price in the future. Because this Huan Yuan star has been occupied by the Three-Eyed Clan, Chen Mobai dared not leave too many void beacons. If they were discovered, it would definitely attract the attention of the Three-Eyed King. No one knows what kind of power the existence of a void refiner possesses. The three void beacons are roughly the same, hidden in three different places on the planet, far from the demon tree, in the far south and far north of the world. Although the Three-Eyed Clan members are powerful, their numbers are small, and they mostly stay on the spiritual veins near the demon tree. After confirming that all three beacons could be sensed and located, Chen Mobai dispelled his illusory avatar. 49 days passed quickly. All the Three-Eyed Clan members remaining on this planet have comprehended the 3,000 great Taos of Zixil Palace. At night following his past experience, the Three-Eyed King was pulled into the Purple Cloud Palace. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Mobai sitting upright on the first row of prayer mats and his pupils constricted. Although Chen Mobai had previously claimed to be a disciple of Zixil Palace, it was only at this moment that the Three-Eyed King became convinced that what he said was true. You all know the rules, but I still want to explain them. Seeing that all the chosen beings on this planet had gathered, Chen Mobai rose from his futon, went to the azure lotus stone platform, and began to speak. After some time, one by one, the creatures within Zixil Palace dissipated and departed, leaving only Chen Mobai and the Three-Eyed King in the end. After comprehending a key aspect of the great Tao of destruction, the Three-Eyed King felt as if his bloodline was about to undergo another transformation and advancement. Wait for me, your planet will be here soon. After saying this to Chen Mobai, the Three-Eyed King's figure began to slowly dissipate. I hope so, I still quite hope you die by my hand, Chen Mobai responded with a slight smile. The Three-Eyed King opened his mouth, but had already disappeared inside the palace. Chen Mobai stepped out of the palace threshold and watched as the materialized 3,000 great Taos outside began to slowly dissipate. His eyes once again met those of the Three-Eyed King waiting before the demon tree. There was only murderous intent in their eyes. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already returned to the immortal sect. He is currently in seclusion at Wangxian Peak because the boundary gate is located there. After stepping out of the secluded hall, Chen Mobai arrived at the boundary gate at the summit of the mountain. He entered the void with practiced ease, and began searching for the information he needed on the walls composed of various inscribed characters. Soon, he found a place that resembled a forum in a corner. This place is filled with news related to the demon-infected planet, hence it's called the Demon Market. I happen to have some free time here at the Xuan Palace and would like to find some nearby demon-infected planets to earn some Dao cultivation points. Price negotiable. A demon-infected planet has been discovered near the Mo Yue Dojo in the Central Galaxy. The planet's strength is unknown. Take half a Dao cultivation technique you need. All spoils are for sale. 3 demon-infected planets have been discovered around the White House Rainbow Star System. A flat price of 5 Dao powers. Seeking a team to hunt down an unexplored, unpurified, demon-infected planet. Its civilization and inhabitants have been thoroughly investigated, and its resources, including the planet's spiritual veins, are intact. Private message if interested. After reading through the first dozen or so pages, Chen Mobai had a basic understanding of the industry. Planetary merchants are mainly divided into intelligence dealers and hunters. However, the two are often intertwined. If an intelligence broker knew that the demon-infested planet was weak, he would definitely keep it for himself rather than sell it. After all, aside from the Dao power distributed by the realm gate after a planet is purified and annihilated, the other things such as the planet's spiritual veins, rare treasures, etc., can all fetch a price. There are 2 ways to sell information about the demon-infected planet. One option is to buy it outright at a fixed price. After the sale, no matter how much Taoist merit the hunter gains, it all belongs to the hunter. Another option is a profit-sharing arrangement. After the hunter captures the demon-infected planet, the amount of Dao power they ultimately obtain is divided among the intelligence providers according to a pre-agreed ratio. This usually occurs when there is mutual distrust, or when the hunter is extremely poor and cannot afford the Dao power. Both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. As a newcomer to this market, Chen Mobai could only choose the second revenue-sharing method. Because in the demon market, there is such a thing as credit score. Each completed transaction earns credit points on the account, and only such intelligence providers are trusted by hunters. After all, a buyout requires directly transferring the Dao power. However, this Dao power isn't directly given to the intelligence provider's account. Instead, it's held by the demon market platform for a period of time. Typically, information is only sent to the intelligence dealer's account after the hunters conquer and purify the demon-infected planet, and this is recorded by the boundary gate. However, it's also possible that the demon-infected planet is powerful enough that the hunter might perish. In that case, the platform would hold on to this cultivation for 100 years, taking half after that time and distributing the other half to the intelligence provider's account. Of course, the intelligence dealer can also choose to relinquish this Dao merit and resell their intelligence. In this case, all the Dao merit from the previous buyout transaction will belong to the platform. If a transaction on a demon-infected planet results in the death of a hunter, it will also add something called danger points to the intelligence provider. Credit scores and risk scores are 2 separate systems and are not interchangeable. Furthermore, once you apply to become an intelligence provider, your information will be publicly available for hunters to access. The higher the danger rating of an intelligence provider, the fewer hunters will come knocking on their door. However, intelligence providers with a 0 credit score will basically not attract any hunters. Following the instructions of the demon market platform, Chen Mobai began the registration process to become an intelligence dealer. After filling in all the information, the account name was directly taken from the G-Men's White Crane Dojo Survivors Mutual Aid Association, because changing it would require 1 Dao Gong, and Chen Mobai would definitely not waste that money. After successfully registering, Chen Mobai was about to post when something happened that left him speechless. A pop-up window appeared on the platform, stating that if you were to post an information exchange on this demon market platform as an information provider, you would need to pay a deposit of 1 Dao Gong for each post, which would be refunded upon completion of the transaction or cancellation of the post. Chen Mobai clicked on the detailed explanation, and the platform stated that this was because someone had previously registered a large number of accounts and polluted the page with various fake news. In other words, without some capital, You simply can't do business as an intelligence broker. Fortunately, there was still one Dao Gong left in the account balance for backup. Chen Mobai was glad for his foresight. He gritted his teeth and used his last bit of Dao power to edit some information about the planet where the Three-Eyed Clan was currently located before posting it on the platform.